Yes, good afternoon. Sorry, somebody sent me something. I forgot we were going live. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Welcome back to Football Heritage TV. I tell you what, I'm joined by Nick, Barry, whatever you want to call this man. Nick, we've just seen the team literally 1 minute before we came on. I'm going to read the team out and then I'm just going to ask you what on earth is going on. Where are we? So the Spurs team today, for anybody that is in the chat, good day to you. Welcome to the show. The Spurs team is Vicario in goal, Spence at right back, Romero and Davis at centre half with Dogi at left back, Bentancur, Basuma and Gray, the most negative midfield three I've ever seen, with Johnson on the right, Tell on the left, and Solanke through the middle. So that means that Van der Ven, Porro, Sarr, Bergvall, Maddison, Odegaard, Son and Scarlett all on the bench. What do you make of that team, Nick?
Well, we were just talking. I mean, I kind of expected Spence to be on the right, Udogie to be on the left, and maybe a Davis for Van der Ven. But I definitely did not expect Maddison to be dropped, or maybe I did expect to drop. Gray to play in midfield. I thought Bentancur would come back. But to bring in Johnson and Tell, words fail me. For all those people that love Ange Postecoglou, you've got what you wanted today, because this is an absolute shambles. You've got Vicario, Romero, probably Ben Davis. I don't know about Basuma and the rest of it, that have been called up to the rest of them have not been called up. Solanke, okay, he's not going to play, right? Or probably won't play. I don't understand. What are we doing? What are we doing anymore?
Why is James Maddison, a player not called up to England, not in this team? Have we not learned that without James Maddison in the 11, we don't have any creativity? And what I don't get about it, right, is we're about to have a 2-week international break. What are we doing? Look, Nick, are we literally going to do this thing now as Spurs fans where it doesn't matter what happens, we're just going to say, well, the league's finished with anyway? Is that going to be the excuse now?
I don't see how we can say the league's finished, because if looking at it, we could be in the next, but after the international break, where I think we play Chelsea first, we could be in 16th position. We're top of this little mini league that we're in, us, Everton, Man United, West Ham. If we do that and we go, all the eggs are in the basket for Europa, and then we get knocked out in the semi-finals of Europa, we've then got nothing. So I don't really understand. Anybody would think that we've got a game against Frankfurt on Thursday with that lineup.
I genuinely don't understand the manager. I don't understand it. I'm waiting for the first few messages that say, well, you wanted rotation, not this. I mean, that midfield three, I've got nothing wrong with seeing Archie Gray in central midfield. Nothing wrong. Let's see. Let's see if he's a central midfielder like everyone says he is. But where's the creativity? Brennan Johnson doesn't create anything. Tell is so far hasn't. Basuma, Bentancur and Archie Gray aren't creative players. Where is the
so Archie Gray playing in the 10 then?
Do you know what I don't understand? Odegaard comes in as a good game. Listen, you know me, Nick.
Yeah.
I don't go overboard like everybody else. Comes in as a good game, and you're thinking to yourself, leave him in there. Leave him in there. Build his confidence. Let him run at the Fulham fullback. No, he's not playing. Cool. Maddison, he came off after like 70 minutes, whatever. No, he's not playing, and yet he's not going to have a game for 2 weeks. What are we? I'm just finding it so hard, Nick, every week to get on board with this man. I'm finding it so hard with his miserable tactics and press conferences, and I just don't get it. I don't understand it.
Like, I get it. I get the Van der Ven bit, right? I get that.
Sure.
Bit. I get Bentancur coming back in because he didn't play on Thursday, right? I get those two. I don't understand Tell, who's shown the square root of nothing since he's come in, and maybe that's because he hasn't been on the left-hand side. So maybe that is the reason why. I don't know. Johnson, who is again looked, Odebear showed Johnson what he should be doing during the week, running at players, trying to take your man on, getting into positions and scoring goals. I just don't. And what's the excuse for our beloved captain? He needs a rest, but he didn't play a lot. He's played 190 minutes in 2 weeks, maybe. So I just don't understand what this is. What's happening? I just don't. I don't get it. I don't.
Aaron,
Gray's gone from Gray's played. Gray's gone into number 10, and he's. I mean, this is Assange ball, mate, isn't it? I don't know.
I'm not having this. Maddison is getting a rest. Sorry, he's got no football coming up for 2 weeks. He's not in the England setup. Why on earth would you not play James Maddison in this game? Look, we saw what happened against Bournemouth. No Maddison, no creativity. It was when Maddison came on, we started looking like we were going to pull strings. During the week, Maddison, everything good went through him. Odebear, why is he not playing? As you said, Nick, I understand Van der Ven. I understand it because he's just come back from a big injury. That's fine. No problem with that. Right? But that front three for me is horrible. And the midfield's got absolutely zero creativity. Like there's no one in there that gets on the ball and makes things happen. I'm just so I don't know.
Can you imagine we go and win 4-0 or something? It's just been like this.
I can't see it. Mate.
I know you can't see it, but can you just imagine? Could you just imagine? Oh, Lubo will be like uncontrollable. Gray in midfield, we win 4-0. I told you. You can just see it. You can just see it. This is just. I don't know. Is it? It's not like it's. I know it's Paddy's. It's not April Fool's Day, is it? I mean.
I don't know. It's just, listen, I was expecting a few changes, but just so everyone knows, there's 7 changes to this team today. I've just counted. If I'm not wrong, let me just see here. So, Tell, Johnson, Gray, Basuma, Bentancur, Udogie, Davis have all come in today. So 7 changes. So there can be no excuses of tiredness, no excuses of fatigue from the other night. With that in mind, I'll ask a serious question. How will we score goals today? Where's it going to come from? Because you've got Johnson, who doesn't ever beat or run at a man. Solanke gets 0 service. Maddison's not there to create, and Kulu's injured. Where do you see it coming from, mate?
Well, I'd say I'd see it coming from our set pieces, but for who's going to take the corners? I mean, I don't even know who's going to take the corners.
Yeah, it's a good point. That is a good point. Who's the corner?
Normally it's Maddison or Porro or Son, right?
Yeah.
Who's taking the corners?
How do I not understand Odebear? Well, Faizan. So by this metric, no player will ever play football, right? Saying he's had 2 hamstring injuries. He's only played 1 game.
Yeah. I think the one thing that is disgraceful is that more they're giving Tell time over Mikey Moore. If you're going to go and do it, give Mikey Moore game time.
Mikey Moore's not even on the bench again.
I know. That's what I mean. It's ridiculous. I mean, Phil, we're going to see a different Tell today. Well, I hope so, because it looks like he's doing everything.
Yeah, but he has to say that because he's see what I love about is this Phil Coy's. I've not got to it yet, but he has to say this because he was very pro Tell coming in and saying how good he was. You've got to say that because at some point Tell will do something where we go, oh, that was good. So far, I've been thoroughly unimpressed with Tell at anything. Now, people go, yeah, but he's playing out of position. Nick, I'm talking about his touch, his control, dribbling at play. I'm not talking about where he plays on the pitch. Look, you're right. Don't know who's going to take the corners. Don't know where the creativity is going to come from. But for me, right? For me, I'm not giving any excuses. If we don't win this game, this goes down as a poor result. It can't be, Nick, all this time, wait till the players are fit. Then when the players are fit, we see a lineup like that just before an international break.
Yeah. I just don't know what to say anymore. I think someone said in the chat, I'm going to go and cut the grass. I might go and join him and cut the grass. This is just, I mean, you're going to have the away fans opening up their phones on the way to Fulham going, there cannot be anyone going, I'm pleased with that lineup. Literally.
The big one for me, the big one for me is Maddison. I can't get my head around it. He's not going on international duty. I don't understand this manager. I keep hearing from people that we're an attacking team. We play have a look at that lineup. It's as far from attacking football as you can get. Let me get to oh gosh, I hate this manager with a passion. Let me get some super chats, shall we? First of all, 7, bro. So sorry to hear this, man. Devastating news. Said, look, he lost his cat yesterday. I'm not going to read that out if I'm brutally honest. Listen, I just hope you're doing okay. And sorry that Anne just put that team out. It won't cheer you up. I'm really sorry to hear about little Amy. So thank you for the super chat. But yeah, listen, as you know, I've lost a pet recently. So what's going on there? So apologies that that's happened. So sorry, my man. But listen, hopefully Spurs get the win and make it a little bit better for you. Big up to Blaine, who has said Mikey Moore played 90 minutes for the under-21s v Blackburn and scored. Something's happened behind the scenes to be dropped. But screw it. 4-2 today. I'm deluded. Come on, you Spurs. I'll tell you what, Blaine, if Spurs score 4 goals with that lineup, I will be absolutely amazed. Right? Absolutely amazed. And let's talk about this super chat then, Nick. Let's talk about this because James Madison, a big up, Blaine, always very generous always. And please, if you haven't already, people, please do smash that like button. Again, we're doing that thing. There's 355 of you in here and 70 likes. Come on, can we? Come on. Surely we shouldn't need to be talking about this every game. Nick, Mikey Moore, what has happened? Everyone was creaming their pants. Everyone was saying, look how good this kid is. He's coming on. He's having cameos. And now everyone's fit again. We've not seen Mikey Moore in any way, shape or form.
Yeah. Yeah. The excuses are, I mean, I've got the excuse. One of the excuses, everyone accuses Ange of being too attacking. Now we're saying he's being too pragmatic. That's the new one.
I don't think he is too. I don't think his team's attack. I think everybody confuses 2 words here, right? Gung ho and attacking are different things, Nick. Leaving massive gaps in your defensive midfield isn't attacking. It's suicidal. Sorry, Mikey Moore. Sorry, mate. Mikey Moore.
Yeah, look. I don't really understand. Like you said, I don't really understand what's going, why he's not. You know, we've had Mikey Moore. He's played. He's scored. The youngest player to score in Europe for the club. I don't know. If you play well, it seems if you play well, you get punished. I don't know. It seems that Maddison didn't go Ange ball or whatever Ange ball is and went against it. We won the game and now he's being punished. Oh, sorry, mate. You're not going to play today because you didn't listen to what I wanted to say. I don't know. I just don't know anymore. I just don't know.
I'm just confused. Like someone like Mikey Moore, for example, I'm looking at it going, okay, if this is the kid that everyone thinks it is, everyone's saying this is the one coming out of the academy that's going to be great. To not make a 20-man squad when we are 13th in the Premier League table makes absolutely no sense. Why would Mikey Moore be in the squad above Dane Scarlett, for example? Why would Mikey Moore be in the squad? Well, I just don't get it. This was a youth project, I've been told. That was the excuse all year, Nick.
Yeah.
It's a youth project. Where are the youth players?
Well, it's going back to what we said when people come back. When people come back, these players don't get a chance. If Jed Spence and Archie Gray and are the only ones that at the moment still have their place. I just don't know anymore. I just don't know anymore.
I just don't get it.
Honestly,
Gus,
I don't get it.
Bless me. Gus, absolutely. We've got to this stage as football fans now where we get to this stage as football fans where we're starting to find excuses now why players can't ever play twice in a week. Like it's utter madness. We've got footballers now. How do you think, Nick, right? How do you think Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea, City, Man United, all of these clubs for the last 15, 20 years that play every year in the league and in Europe, how do they do it? And yet suddenly when Spurs are in Europe, it's, you can't play Thursday and Sunday. When there's an international break coming up after this game, and this guy, don't be drama queens. So Jason, you think that's a good team? Jason, rotate, sure, but leave some creativity in the team. Sure, like, what are we doing here? But bear in mind, this Jason guy has been all year great goal from Rangers, really good goal. Rangers 1-0 up at Celtic. This is the same person all year, Nick, that's been, when you lose every week, it's come on, Savva, you're too negative, even though we've lost 14 league games. Nick, let me ask you this. I'm a bit dumbfounded, if I'm honest. I'm really, really dumbfounded by that 11. If these players come off the bench to rescue us, the likes of Maddison, the likes of Son, the likes of Odegaard, doesn't that just completely negate everything he's trying to do by resting them?
Yeah, well, I just think he's just doing what he's just trying to. I mean, this has got Tamworth away written all over it again, right? Bring on the big guns to save the game. Although I think this time this is a Fulham side that at home could absolutely punish us, right? I just think he got his bee in his bonnet during the week with his press conference, saying, you shouldn't be questioning me. So he's just thought, I'm just going to do what I like. I'm going to do it again. And then they'll question you, say, so Ange, why did you make so many what I really want to happen is I want us to lose and lose badly, and there'll be no creativity. And then someone asks him, so Ange, what was it? What was the reason to rotate or rest players? Because he said everyone's fit, there's no concerns. So what is it? Is it, I thought we'd, give Archie Gray a chance in midfield against an Ipswich, against a Southampton, against a team that's a Leicester. Don't do it against a team that's, where are Fulham? They're obviously above us. They're 10th, right? Fulham could go 11 points clear of us by beating us today.
Look, let's call it for what it is. I'll tell you what, shall we look at the Premier League table?
Yeah.
Well, let's present share screen. This is the mad thing about this, right? Is surely you want to be getting some confidence and flying up that league table, don't you? Look, let's hide that comment 1 second. There we go. If you actually look where Spurs are, if Fulham win today, Fulham will go on to 45 points and into, what's their goal difference? Fulham will actually go above Villa into 8th, and there will be 11 points clear of Tottenham Hotspur.
Yeah.
And if we don't win today, by the way, if we don't win today, that means that Bournemouth go down to 10th. So if Fulham win today, Bournemouth will go down to 10th. We will be 10 points off the top half of the table with 9 Premier League games to go. But I had people in the chat like Phil Coy's telling me we're still going to finish 8th. Like, at what point is the penny going to drop for some, Nick, that this is not good? Like, even if we win today, look how many points we are off 12th. Look how many points we are off 12th place with 5 points.
I think that the issue here is it's not only today. The only game in April that we probably have a chance of winning is Southampton at home. We go away to Chelsea, away to Wolves. We're at home to Forest. We're away to Liverpool. So if you're telling me that out of those 5 games we're going to get more than 6 points, then I don't see how. We've not won we never win at Chelsea. We never win at Anfield. Forest are flying. We haven't beaten Wolves in 3 games, or 3 seasons at Molineux. We're going to end up if we carry on doing if we carry on doing what we're doing, April's going to pass us by, and we're gonna pin all our hopes on this Europa League, and then that's going to go tits up as well. So, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna rest players against Southampton because we need to play against Frankfurt, and that's what we're doing here? I mean, we could do. I don't know.
But do you know what? I've seen a lot of people that say things like, well, the league's gone and all that kind of stuff. But surely for confidence for the rest of the season, surely for saving his job, we should be looking to win every game we play. Like, I've never known a fan base say things like, yeah, it doesn't matter if we win or lose in the league anymore because we're not getting relegated. Sorry, when did we turn into that poorer team that is the benchmark for us, Nick? That the benchmark is, well, we're not getting relegated, so don't really worry about this game. I'm flabbergasted by this fan base. No, I am not happy with that lineup. It's disgusting.
It's these players deserve a rest. This is nonsense.
Even top earth, Phil, you were in there the other day going, I still think we could get 8th. I saw you, mate. You were in there saying you still thought that you could get 8th. It's just mad. Savva, the league form is improving since the return of the players, right? I mean, we haven't won our last 2 Premier League games. But listen, if we don't win today, right? Just so people know, let this sink in. If we don't win today, it will be 15 defeats in 29 games. So we would have lost more than half our Premier League games. And you will still have fans saying, keep him because we're in the quarterfinals of the Europa. I just can't. I'm genuinely baffled by what this fan base sees in this man now. I'm genuinely baffled.
I just can't. Yeah, you should rest the players that played on Thursday. It's a less important game today. Yeah.
I just don't get it. I don't get it. Guys and girls, let us know in the chat. We have done a poll, and so far 280 of you have voted. Said who will win the game today? Fulham at 46%, draw at 22%, and Tottenham at 32%. I'm going to ask you all now, guys, who's going to create? There's my question to you all. Where's the creativity going to come from? Because the only one that I can see that we're going to have to hope turns up, and we've not seen anything from him in a Spurs shirt yet, I think it's going to have to fall to tell to dribble at players and try and get some crosses in, Nick, because we know that's not Basuma's game. We know that's not Bentancur's game. And to be honest, I don't know what Archie Gray's game is in midfield because we've not seen it.
No. This.
Hang on, one sec, Nick.
All right. This is just. I just. Gray masterclass is the 10 incoming. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Vince, I don't know what to say anymore. I don't know. I don't know. I just, you know, we need to pick up the points. We need to. Yeah, I have bottled it. Yes, Marco Gray is in midfield. Look, if he gets it right, he gets it right. But I just don't see. See where we're going with this. This team is crying out for Werner. I mean, Werner's back, right? So, Ian, let's see what's going on. But guys, I don't know where Savva's gone. Just left me choking. So, guys, yes, Destiny, they have broken me. What are your score predictions? Let's see what your score predictions are in the chat, because obviously we've got 45 minutes before kickoff. We've seen the lineups. Let's see what you think with this lineup, and see what the score is going to be. Christopher says 3-2 Spurs. John Ross with a draw. Here we go. 3-2 Fulham from Tony Rodriguez. 4-0 Fulham. 3-0. So a lot of people are going for a Fulham win. A few draws sprinkling around there. 2-2, 1-1 from Dave. Chat 1, Nick 0. Yeah, exactly, Josh. Exactly. 28-0. I think that's a little bit too crazy. But yeah, look, we're going to find out what. I mean, we've got no creator in midfield. We've got Matthias Tell, who I don't know about anyone else has thought how well he's performed or not performed. I just don't know. 2-0 Fulham, 4-0 Fulham. Goodbye, Ange. Rodney Trotter. I'm just not sure. I mean, this is the thing, right? I don't think he's going. He's not going to go. Obviously, we've got Europa League up until the middle of April. So realistically, he's here till the end of April. He's back.
Sorry. Oh, my door went. Some kid who the garden behind ours, he's kicked the ball over. Can I have my ball? And you're like, oh God, I've got to go in the garden now and get it. And half of me tempted to say, nah, sorry, mate, no football here. Mate, listen, I asked the question before I went, didn't I, about the creativity. That's going to be my big issue today is, there's no Mikey Moore on the team. There's no Odegaard, no Son, no Maddison. Surely one of them's got one or two can play in this game. Mikey Moore's got no England international duty. James Maddison hasn't. Yeah. I don't know about Son. I don't know what he's got going on, but I just don't know. I saw his press conference, right? I saw Randy's press conference where he's talking about people wouldn't question like a plumber and all that kind of stuff. Have you seen it?
I've seen some of the quotes, yeah.
Right. And all I sat there and I thought to myself was, yeah, but if I had a plumber who'd been doing it for 27 years and my sink was still leaking after you've left, yes, I would be questioning him, Nick. I would be questioning anybody. For a manager that's been managing this long, he doesn't half make it all very, very difficult to like him.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't. Yeah, so Sonny's been called up. Hack's been called up. Yeah, I just like you say, I just don't understand where we're coming from. Yes, okay, we played on Thursday. If you go back to that game, what was I was just trying to think when you were saying Madison came off, who came off, and they, in terms of, yes, we got there in the end, but yeah, Madison came off. Madison came off in the 77th minute. Odebear came off a minute later. Obviously, Sarr played the whole game. Sonny played the whole game. Bearing in mind that the week before we hadn't really seen much. So I don't know. I just think it's a case of we just need to, so like Ronnie says, South Korea play on Thursday. So we've got, a lot of them got, like, I think England play Friday and then the rest play Saturday. So it's not like it's not like they're playing Tuesday or Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's, I just, you'd think, right, if this is a dead rubber, then play Mikey Moore. If this is dead rubber, play Njai, play those other players. No, if this is a dead rubber, why are we not playing?
This is the thing. It's like if you are, do you know what? If you are gonna rotate, I hate that word. Changing 7 players is not rotating, right? That's not called rotating. Surely, yeah, if you're going to go, right, all right, Odebear's not going to play today. But you know what? Ajayi, go on, you go and play. Now, if we're all sitting there right now with Ajayi on our right wing, you'd go, all right, cool, let's see what this kid's about. But we're not. We've gone back to Brennan Johnson. Ajayi and Moore are not even on the bench.
Yeah.
So what do they? I don't understand what we are as a club anymore. I genuinely don't understand. Have we literally gone so balls deep that we're going to win this Europa League when we've been really crap in the Europa League so far, to be fair? Have we really gone that balls deep in it, Nick, that we're now just going to write off the last 9-10 Premier League games?
Yeah, and look, we've got looking at Fulham's team, because we haven't really done that. We can see that Iwobi, they're gonna attack. Imagine Willian takes on, has he chosen Spence on the right because he's worried about Willian and Robinson down that left hand side against Porro? I don't know, but we all know what's going to happen. It looks like Johnson's looking at how we've got it. Johnson, then Bentancur protect in front of Spence. Gray does look like he's in the number, I don't know what you want to call it, 8 or 10 in the centre of that midfield. Bissouma on the left.
I should have read this out, actually. Sorry, my bad, everyone. I should have read out the Fulham team. So sorry. So let's have a look at that for you in its entirety. So they've gone with Leno in goal, a back four of Castagne, Anderson, Batty and Robinson, Pereira and Sanderberg in midfield with Iwobi, Smith Rowe, Willian and Jimenez. I'm going to predict it now. I reckon Iwobi and Willian have a great game on the wings. I'm going to predict it now.
Yeah,
just saying.
And Smith Rowe is going to make Archie Gray look silly in midfield because he's not played there.
Sean throws a little curveball in it, doesn't he? A little curveball from Sean. Do you reckon we play 3 at the back with Gray in there? I can't see it, but what do you reckon?
So what? We go Romero, Gray, Davis, Spence and Udogie as wing backs, and then Bentancur, Bissouma. I don't know.
He could. I think to play that system without a playmaker, though, wouldn't really make any sense, would it? Because then you'd have the 2 wing backs plus Tell and Johnson, unless he's going to tuck one of them in to play. Sean, definitely one to keep an eye on, my man. Philly has said Tottenham don't even play to Tell's strength, so why bring Tell in? I don't understand it. I genuinely don't understand. As we've said before.
Surely we've all seen it now. The whole Tell thing was because of Bayern don't have the money and they go, here's this player and we'll take it off the money we owe you for Harry Kane, right? Surely that's got something to do with it.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. I'm just looking, don't forget as well, guys, today. So it looks like Reece James, by the way, today for Chelsea is going to be playing in central midfield. Just saying. Looks like Reece James is going to play in central midfield, unless Chelsea are going to wing backs. Reece James is going to play in centre mid. He's a good player. I'm sure he can play there, but I'm just having a look. See, it's one of those games, when you've got to try and find a stream, and then you've got to try and find which is the best one. I'm just having a look at the moment for. Hang on, can I?
Yeah, that's where Reece James has been called up to Tuchel's squad to play in centre midfield. Yeah,
yeah. Well, this is going to be interesting, guys. Just quickly in the chat, how many goals do you think we'll score from open play? Let's see. Axel doesn't think we're scoring any from open play. I do think that. Listen, obviously, it's not against the realms of possibility, but I do worry about who's going to set up Solanke, who's going to have those shots from distance, who's going to create that big bit of magic. Nick, if he does lose, we'll go to the other side in a minute. If he wins, let's start with that actually.
Yeah.
If he wins this game today, Tottenham will stay in 13th, still 2 points behind Crystal Palace, who have got a game in hand, and still 4 points off Brentford in 11th if we win today. If we lose, there's a possibility that depending on what Man United do, that Tottenham could end the weekend in 14th with 15 defeats from 29 games. Just quickly, have you ever known a manager survive 15 defeats from 29 league games?
No, and I think when you look at the games that we did win, and that 3 in the row, and it was an Ipswich or Brentford, and I can't fathom the other one. But it's just papering over the cracks. You look at Everton, they're undefeated. They're undefeated in 6 games. United unbeaten in 3. West Ham 1 defeat in 4. We're probably one of the worst. Barring the 3 at the bottom, which are just absolute toilet. We're lucky. We're lucky that Everton. This is what I mean. Everton played West Ham yesterday. We're lucky that Wolves are so far adrift. We could, like I said, in the next few games, we could find ourselves in that 4: Tottenham, Everton, Man United, West Ham. There's nothing to say that we wouldn't finish bottom of that 4 come the end of the season and be in 16th position with, I don't know, 20 losses. It's just crazy, right? Because that's what we're looking at. We're looking at over 50% of our games we're going to lose this season.
Mate, we're nearly there. You look at the games you've got coming up. So you've got Fulham away today. You've got Wolves away, who are on a upward trajectory. You've got Liverpool away. You've got Chelsea away. You've got West Ham away. Who have we got? We've got Forest coming to our ground. If we were to lose half our league games in a season, I fail to believe that any reasonable human being could sit there and put a case forward for the manager staying. And I'll say it, even if he wins the Europa League, if you lose 18 league games, 19 league games in a season, I don't want you as my manager. So I'm just going to say it. I don't. Europa League or not, if you lose half your league games, the barometer is that over the year, you've been very bad at your job. I don't know why that's controversial.
Well, it's not, because, I mean, you've said it, Savva. You want Levy to be Levy. You want Levy to be his old self, because he wouldn't have accepted this. And I don't know why we're accepting this. Ramos won the cup, and then they sacked him, 8 games into the next season. I mean, I don't know. I'm broken. I can't speak. I don't know what to say anymore with this manager, with this what we're doing here. We've lost the last 5 going into the last 5 international break. Mm. Today was a day to go out, get the result. Fine, if you want to rest them, bring them off on 60 minutes. Mm. But
you don't rest players when there's an international break coming up.
No.
There's an international break coming up. Why do the players need a like? I don't get it. These same fans saying rotate, right? I don't think people understand the meaning of the word rotate. Rotate doesn't mean you change 7 players in one game. Rotate doesn't mean, oh, James Maddison. James Maddison now has started one of our last 3 games of football.
Yeah. Well, he's tired though. He can't,
He's tired. Yeah. He's tired. Bless him. I reckon, I bet you he must be pulling his. I wouldn't be surprised if James Maddison asked for a transfer.
Yeah.
I guarantee it. Somebody just now said to me as well, Archie Gray is creative. I'm not sure where we've seen such a performance to suggest that. Alex has said, we have 3 defensive midfielders in today. I wonder how many times we say, where's the midfield today? Do you know what, Alex? That's the funny thing, isn't it? When he's picked midfields like this and we go, oh, at least we'll be solid in midfield. We're normally still utterly wide open, aren't we? So it doesn't make sense. Savva, when can we get the Heritage TV hats? I don't think I'm quite big enough to start selling merchandise. This is the most negative pre-game of all time. Look, fans are disappointed, B, because, we were told, wait till all the players come back. Nick, am I wrong? That's what we were told. Half the fan base told
us. Wait till the players come back.
You'll see. When all the players are back fit, you'll see how we do. And it's like, well, cool. Well, the players are back fit. Why are they not playing? Why? I'm not having it. I'm not having it. Listen, what do you think the score is going to be today? What's your prediction?
Well, I said 2-1 Fulham. I don't know. I don't know with that team if we can actually score now. Because like you said, how are we going to create? I don't know. Yeah, I can only see Fulham. You never know what you get with Fulham, right? 1 minute you think, Christ, they go and smash Arsenal, and the next minute they go and lose to or scrape past Ipswich or get a draw at Ipswich at home, right? But I just think that this is this is them trying to they'll be up for it. London derby, Tottenham. We don't historically we don't play well. We don't play well at Fulham. If you look at, there was that, what was it? Winks scored that injury time goal to get that win. We scraped past in the, we got knocked out in the Carabao. It's not, it's never been a high scoring game. So let's just wait and see. But yeah, 2-1, 2-0 Fulham. I wouldn't be surprised. I think Vicario is going to be the busier of the keepers. That's for certain.
I agree with you. I do think that Vicario is going to be massively important today. I think it's going to be interesting as well because obviously no Van der Ven today, and I get it. Look, Van der Ven's just come back from a really long injury, and those hamstrings now there's a man that needs to be rotated. Van der Ven with his 4 or 5 hamstring injuries in his career by the age of 23, 24. The interesting thing for me today is going to be with Davis and Romero both playing. Neither of them are really blessed with pace. And I always think that Romero looks worse when Van der Ven's not alongside him. I always think that Romero, like I thought the other night, the moment Van der Ven came off, I thought Romero looked very, very poor. Just my opinion. I'm not his biggest fan anyway. What do you expect us to do in terms of a high line today with those guys? Do you still expect it to be quite high?
Well, I don't. I think we're going to see what we've always seen. We're going to see Tell and Johnson playing up quite high. Solanke will be dropping into that midfield to try and get hold of the ball. And then I think we'll see gaps in that midfield where this midfield has not played with one another, especially if you're going to put Archie Gray in the middle of those 3. Because all right, Basuma, Bentancur have played, so that then says to me that he'd be in the 2 and Gray would play up, further up, because at least Bentancur, Basuma could sit and they've played with each other. But Archie Gray hasn't played in midfield. Does that shore it up a bit? I don't know. Only time will tell. We'll have to wait and see what we get in less than half an hour's time, right?
No, absolutely. Look, I want to be excited again of watching my football club, Nick. I think that's half the problem I have. I know people want to call me negative, whatever, but when I see lineups like that, it just makes me go, oh God, like, I don't know, just Nothing on that pitch excites me. Not one footballer on that pitch do I think, yeah, get the ball to him. Let him do something. Am I negative? Am I negative for looking at that team and not seeing a player there that excites me?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if Lubo was here, he'd be excited about Gray being in midfield. But apart from that, I don't think there is anything to be excited about. I mean, Adogi hasn't been great. Spence, we haven't seen him on the right enough because obviously he's been playing on the left. You know what you're getting with Romero. We're going to get, it's going to be licorice all sorts. The only player that you know what you're going to get is probably Ben Davis because he's Mr. Dependable, right? That's the only guy that you think you're going to get what you're going to get from him because that's it. The rest of them, yeah. Well, imagine now Archie Gray in the centre of a back three. I mean, it would just I don't know. It's just crazy, right?
Mm. Yeah, but by the way, somebody said to me today, I'm not sure if this is true, that Maddison's only completed 2 full 90 minutes all season.
Wow.
And I completely agree with Matt. He said, yeah, when did Madders last play 90 minutes? Yeah, he needs a rest. The problem is we're getting to this stage, Matt, where whatever Ange does, Ange in fans find a reason. You wanted to rotate. No. I want Ange to rotate sensibly. I wanted him to rotate, for example, at the beginning of the season, when Adogi is clearly not fit, rotate him with Spence. For example, when Mickey van der Ven and Romero are playing every game, rotate one of them every 4 or 5 games with Radu Dragusin at the time. That's what I mean by road. I don't mean, 7 wholesale changes when we're, oh, hang on, I found a stream. This is lovely. I found a stream. Hang on, no. Oh, that's Arsenal. I don't want Arsenal. Oh, God. having a mare trying to find a stream. I was like, hang on, you don't play for us. Look, Paul, 1, 2, 3, 4 said no creativity. He didn't rotate at all. Now he can't stop. J-Sec says Archie Gray is a poor man winks. Look, let's have our customary couple of minute chat about Archie Gray. Look, J-Sec, listen, we've all asked to see him in midfield. He is in midfield. Let's see. There are many people who have talked this kid up to be absolutely brilliant. I've not seen it at all. That's just me. I've not seen it. But now, Nick, he gets a chance in midfield. What would you expect from Archie Gray in midfield? Because for me, all I would expect is my famous phrase, just nothing silly. I just want to see nothing silly. Don't give the ball away a lot. Just nothing silly. What would you expect for him making his first start in midfield for Tottenham?
Well, what would I see? He's kind of been the spotlight's going to be on him. If you're going to put him in midfield, you need to kind of take the spotlight off him, and putting him in there with a Bentancur and a Basuma, which we know, is kind of backwards, sideways, sideways. The kind of Højbjerg, the Winks, all the people that we're saying we don't want to see. He'll probably stand out because we haven't really had anyone in that midfield that's really shone, let's just say. I mean, all right, Bergvall did okay and had a good game, but again, let's not overgas it. And I think that'll be the thing as well, right? If all of a sudden Archie Gray plays well, it's going to be, he's generational. He's the one that's going to change our fortunes. He's the future club captain, all of this, right? So, I just I don't want him to get pelters because I think he's been thrown in at the deep end, right? We've put him in at centre back and we've put him in at left back, then we've put him in at right back. Now we've put him in midfield. So Gray's been kind of hung out to dry a little bit. But we'll have to wait and see how he performs, right?
Yeah, I mean, are you expecting him to be the deepest of those players? Because I keep hearing he's a 6, and again, I don't know what he is, Nick. I'm not one of these, like, all of these people seem to be experts on what Archie Gray is, even though he's not played in midfield for over a year. Yeah. Is he a 6? Is he an 8? Is he a box to, like, what is it? What is he?
Well, I think he'll probably sit the deepest because that's where he's, where he's more comfortable. But I, I guess we'll see when it kind of pans out, right? I don't think we really know what he is. He was bought as a centre midfielder. Now, what a centre midfielder is these days, I don't know. Yeah, I guess we'll wait and see. We haven't got long to wait to see how it all kind of plays apart. But when you look at that Fulham midfield, I just worry for it. You know, Berg, Pereira, Smith Rowe against our three, just going to be pulling us. They're going to be pulling us all over the place. And you know how tricky Pereira can be as well. And I don't know. I just think Gray will be, and then it'll be, oh well, he's not a midfielder. He's a centre back, or he's a right back, or do you know what I mean?
By the way, sorry, I've just got Savva again. Glass half empty. First of all, I'm an adult. I don't need to do things glass half empty, glass half full. At the end of the day, I use my eyes, mate. If we're going to say if we win, that'll be 4 wins, 1 draw, and 2 defeats in 7. Yeah, but 2 of those wins would have been against Elfsborg and Alkmaar. The other wins would have been against Man United and Ipswich. Like, what are we doing here? Like, when you say there's 2 ways of viewing things, someone like this, I like people like this because it doesn't matter if I show them the league table that we've lost 14 games in 28. It doesn't matter if I show them that. They just want to find the positive in it. And that's fine. But this is why when people say that there's a cult of Ange, this is why. I've never, ever, ever seen a manager lose this volume of games and get this love. It's utterly embarrassing. Grown-ups. Oh, your glass half empty. No, my eyes don't work. My eyes work. My eyes don't lie to me. We are 13th in the table for a reason. Here he is.
Oh, morning.
Yeah, morning. Yeah, good. We'll do morning.
Oh, Dan, you want to go back to sleep, mate? Trust me.
Yeah. No, I've only been up about half hour, and then look at the lineup and everything. Bit of a strange one, isn't it?
Talk to us. What do you make of it?
In one aspect, I get it. Now, I was the first one to say the league's done and dusted. I really don't care. But the point I made is if we've got like 4 games until the next European game, then I totally get it if he changes the whole team. But it's about a month until our next European game, isn't it? And we've got a international break coming up.
19 days till our next game.
So why has he got to change that, then? Yes, I'm glad by the look of it, we're finally going to see the magnificent Archie Gray in midfield. But then shouldn't he be sticking him on instead of Bentancur or Basuma? And then sticking Maddison in with him, because now he's going to be our bloody playmaker. And then if it all goes wrong in midfield, it's all going to it's going to come down on him like a ton of bricks.
Yeah, I mean, look, Dan, we wanted this manager to rotate. But by the way, I only want the manager to rotate when we need to rotate. When you haven't got a game for 19 days, right? I said earlier in the stream, mate, what I can't take is I can't take all of this, the league's done. Surely, we're Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. We can't just be sacrificing every game because we can't get Europe through the league anymore. Surely, these guys are paid an extortionate amount of money. Ange is paid an extortionate amount of money. Surely, we need some pride, don't we?
Yeah, I totally get that. But I'm just saying, for me, the league's done. But with the amount of games the amount of time we've got off now until the next European or whatever, for me, you go for the win. Like I said, if there was only another 4 games until the next European game, I'd say Europa is tenfold more important than the league because it's the only chance we've got of anything. But there isn't, and there's going to be plenty of space there. And he's made 6 changes, 7 changes, if I can see that right.
7 changes, yeah.
Yeah, and
where's the creativity, Dan? Where is it?
I don't know. I mean, I thought Maddison and Bergville were meant to be our 2 playmakers, along with Kulusevski, and we haven't got none of them on. If he wants to bring Archie Gray finally into midfield, then good. I want to see Archie Gray in midfield. I want to see how great this player is in midfield, since I keep getting told he's an excellent midfielder. Right, brilliant. I'm happy with that. Proper happy with that. But then I just don't get why he hasn't started Maddison or even Bergville there. I just don't see where anything's going to come from? Is Archie Gray now going to be our number 10? Like, is he going to be our playmaker? I don't know. I don't see where we're meant to get anything out of this team, where we're meant to make anything. Because Solanke sure as hell can't do it for himself. And there's no one on either side there who's going to be crossing that ball in. Like, I can't see Tell doing it. And we all know Johnson can't cross the ball come love nor money. So I don't see where anything's actually meant to be coming from. Where are we even meant to be able to get any good passes from?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm of the opinion as well with this whole rotation stuff. I feel like football fans now are starting to really not understand the difference between wholesale changes, rotation, resting people. You know, these top clubs don't do this. I said this to Nick earlier, Dan. These top clubs that win Champions Leagues and league titles, why are their players able to play? It doesn't matter whether it's Wednesday, Saturday, Thursday, Sunday, but yet we're suddenly going, oh, he needs a rest. He needs a rest. Like James Maddison's played one game in a week. Why does he need a rest?
Well, everyone's saying that with Spence, wouldn't they? Like, he should be rest when he'd only played like 9 or 10 games in the entire season, wouldn't it? I think that's just the attitude a lot of our fan base get. Now, Van der Ven, him not playing him, fair play, I think that's a very smart move. I think we've got to be very, very careful with him because a lot of things that I've read have said he's not even going to be fully fit until the start of next season. So he's going to be tender. So I get that one. But why isn't Maddison starting? It's got to be down to the fact that it's something personal or very deep and personal, basically. There is an issue between them two. And I do think Maddison has got to be the only one that's probably questioned the way he plays or something. Because you can't say Maddison don't fit into his system as such of what you. But then again, the way we play it doesn't exactly suit Maddison, but he does play like he wants a number 10 there, creative player there, even though he boxes him in with the other players. I don't get what he's trying to do with this. I really don't.
But Nick, I don't get this. I don't get. The season isn't nearly over. We've got 10 games to go. We've got a quarter of the season to go. And we're going, this game means nothing.
Yeah,
Let me
I know.
chuck a scenario. Let's say we don't win the Europa League and finish 15th, 16th. People will then go, oh, I can't believe we finished 15th, 16th. We'll be the same people going, well, it don't matter because we can't play for anything in the league. How mad is this? People are calling me negative. Surely, Nick, these are the negative comments. This game means nothing. Of course it does. We're a Premier League football team playing a London derby. Of course it means something. Oh.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know what to say anymore. I really don't. I just like you said, 7 players is not rotation. 19 days till the next game. Son, Porro, Vicario, going on international duty. I don't get it. I've been arguing with the guys, some of the guys from We Are Tottenham TV, and just saying this is ridiculous. And they're like, no, this is great. The season's done. The season's over. It's like, what are you talking about?
But
so
look,
if we suddenly,
Nick, what about this? What about this, Nick? What about the thousands of fans that pay to go? What about everyone today who, however you watch the game today, you would have paid somehow, whether it's a stream, whether you're paying for a Fire Stick, whether you're paying for whatever. What about when people are going, this game doesn't mean anything? Well, what are we all paying for then? If this game doesn't mean anything, why have 3,000 fans gone to watch Spurs?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, other thing is they're going on international break. Have Porro and that actually been picked? I don't think Porro got picked, did he?
Yeah, he has been picked. Porro's been picked.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay, he's been picked. Well, let me put this blunt then. I couldn't give a toss whether he's fit for his country or not. What are we going to do? Okay, so I'm not going to play them to make sure they're fit for their country. I don't care. My job is making them play good for Tottenham Hotspur. So I don't really care about England, Spain, Portugal, Argentina, whoever else. That's not my problem. That's not my job. My job is to get the best results for Tottenham. So I'm not going to leave players out. to make sure they're internationally fit. Like
Yeah,
some
Ben
people I've
Davies,
just read on the side are sort of
Pedro
saying,
Porro, Sonny. I don't know. I'm just looking now to obviously Romero's been chosen. I'm just trying to see if Adogi's been picked.
The thing that I think the biggest thing that we've all said this afternoon, or what's morning for Dan, is it's 19 days. Like when people are going, Europa's more important. The next league game is in 19 days' time. We don't play in Europe for about 20. I don't know what it is. 26? Is it?
Yeah,
27 days? What are we doing?
Yeah, it's
What do we do? Just shut the club for a month?
Yeah, this one just makes no sense. Like I said, I'll repeat it again. If we had a European game in 4 days' time, he can change the whole squad for all I care, and as long as he puts in the full team for the Europa. But we're not in that sort of situation at the moment, so it makes no sense. In this situation, you go for the win through and through. But in the other situation, I could totally understand it if you changed the whole bloody team. But we're not in that situation, so let's try and get some more wins behind us then.
Just this guy, Go 1961 says, Savva, do you really think this team can't challenge Fulham today? I'm asking the question, right? I don't care whether this team can challenge Fulham. Where's the creativity? Why are the creative players not playing? Why do we see Odegaard have his best game in a Spurs shirt and you say, go and repeat it again, and you've dropped him? Why does James Maddison have a great game against AZ Alkmaar? You've dropped him. Listen, we might be able to challenge, stay in the game, whatever. But for me, people like you, people like you, Go 1961, you were the ones telling me when players are back fit, you'll see us fly up the league table. All right. So if we don't fly up the league table, I want you to come on here afterwards and say, yeah, I got it wrong. Because you can't use the injury excuse with me for the last 10, 12 games, whatever it is. Then when they're back, go, yeah, but he's got to rest them. Well, which one is it? Which one is it? Are we waiting for these players to get fit or not?
I think not starting Odegaard is definitely probably, out of all of them, bar not having a playmaker on there, I think not starting Odegaard is probably the strangest one.
Agreed.
Because that's obviously the best game he's had for us. And yeah, he got 2 goals for us. And I think the player looks all right on his feet. I'm interested to see what he can do on the ball. His passing and crossing, I haven't seen nothing of it really. The only ones I've seen him do, he's made a bit of a, he ain't really done a good job of it, but he's got me interested. So I would have thought he then goes and plays him the next game straight after because he's had such a good game. But now he goes and drops him. I mean, he's not got international duty or nothing. So why is he dropping him when he's just had his best game for us?
Just don't get it. Sure, but surely,
I mean, how's a player
if you were a player, Dan, at a new club, you've had an injury, you've come back, you've now played 2, 3, 4 games in the last month, varying degrees of success. Wouldn't you now be saying, listen, I'm feeling confident after the other night. I grabbed my 2 goals. I played better. Gaffer, put me in again. Nah, sorry, you're going to sit on the bench. What?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't get that one. That has got to be out of all of them, bar Maddison not starting or even Bergvall. That has got to be the one that's confused me most. The fact that Odegaard isn't in there. Now, I'm not bigging him up saying we've left a star out or nothing like that.
No, I agree.
But like you say, that's his best game he's had for us. He scored 2 goals. I'm interested in what else he can do because I think he looks all right on the ball. You'd think the player would be dying to get back in that team now to let some more out because that would have perked him right up, basically. But all of a sudden, he's now drops on the subs bench. Again,
and by the way, this Dan as well
don't make sense.
And if we concede because Johnson doesn't track back and help out, what does that tell? Like, do you know what I mean? These are all the things. I've come to the conclusion he can do no wrong. He can do no wrong in some eyes. He can't. I've never ever seen a manager this protected. I don't get it.
No.
Imagine Jose did this.
Then get grilled for it. Even in that other game, now that was just mentioned there, Johnson don't track back. In the last game, I even see Odegaard actually tracking back and coming back. I'm not saying he done a good job of it, but he actually got back, whereas Johnson don't even usually get back. I mean, the reason he's playing Tell, is he just playing Tell because there was a deal that he will play a certain amount of times? Highly likely. So in that aspect, then I'd have played Tell and Odegaard.
Just quickly, go 1961. What improvement did you see? When did you see it? I thought we were shocking against Alkmaar. I thought we were shocking against Bournemouth. I thought we were poor against Man City. What improvement? This is what I don't get, mate. Listen, it's not about, we're allowed to have a football debate. It doesn't mean we're allowed to have a football debate, but what improvement in results? We're sitting 13th in the table. We're even further away from the top half than we have been all season, mate. I don't get it. Rude Boy Sound, big up to you. I said it's ridiculous lineup. Why in the world is he not grooming a set 11 for the rest of the league? Looking at Europe in mind, Rude Boy Sound. This is it for all these people that say the league's done now. It doesn't matter. Concentrate on Europe. So what? You're just going to do all these silly rotations, then suddenly get to Europe and go, boom, there's a best 11 when they wouldn't have played together. I can't make it make sense. Everyone in the chat, please give me your score predictions for today. And if you put 2-1, for example, and don't put a team, I will assume you mean Fulham as the home team. So please let me know who to. Dan, you've seen the lineup. What are we saying?
If we'd have played the majority of our team, I would have thought we could get one out of this. I think with the fact that we've got no creativity there, I just can't see where the goals are meant to come from, like where it's all meant to start. I mean, you look at where we scored that brilliant goal in the other game, it still came down to a good pass from the middle, from a playmaker, basically, that carried the ball on going. Okay, we play the ball out from the back, good couple of passes, it goes to midfield. Who's now going to put that direct ball through to the strikes, through to the wingers or the striker? I just don't see where we're going to get fed from midfield. 2-1 Fulham. I'm going to say 2-1 Fulham for the sheer fact that I just can't see where we're going to create the goals. If we'd have been playing Maddison, I'd have gone 2-1 Spurs.
2-1 Fulham. Nick, what are you going with?
Yeah, like I said 2-1 Fulham. Depending on when Maddison comes on, it could be 2-0 Fulham. I just don't see, like we've said, where the creativity is. But let's see. Obviously, something in the water. I don't know. We'll see in 90 minutes or so time how it's going to play out. But Fulham are going to be bang up for it. They've got their flags. They've got those paper clappers on the seats. They're going to be creating that atmosphere. Look, want to be proved wrong. Want Spurs to win. But with this team selection, I just can't see it.
Yeah, I'm going to go with 2-2, and I'll tell you why. I think I'm going to go with 2-2. I reckon that we will bring on players to save us. That's what I think will happen. I think he'll bring on Son, Maddison, Odo. I reckon he'll bring it on, which would then make no sense as to why he didn't start them. But I did a video this morning where I actually said there's no excuses for me. You've got the squad. You've got no excuses. You've got an international break coming up. We haven't got a Spurs game for 19 days. And as Danny said, we care about Spurs, not the international teams. Right. So for me, I thought we'd win this one. And now I've seen that 11. I'm leaning to Fulham, but I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to go with 2-2. I'll be honest. I'll be honest. That's my heart saying 2-2. My head thinks that we're going to be beaten comfortably, but I'm going to go with 2-2. I'm going to go with the benefit of the doubt. So yeah,
wouldn't
guys,
you rather
listen,
be 3-0 up and wouldn't you rather be 3-1 up and then make some subs instead of having to bring the subs on because you're losing 2-0?
By the way, dude, you can email me. It's fine. Listen, we can always chat. I think people think if I row with people in the chat that I hate them or I've got something against them. I don't. It's just my nature. It's just what I like to do. All right. So you feel free to email me, mate. And I hear that line all the time about I'm just a bit more positive. Yeah, that doesn't really mean anything at the end of the day, does it? Like I was positive before Ange Postecoglou lost 14 games. So look, Nick, Dan, I am going to kick you off, not in a horrible way.
Yep.
I love you, of course.
I know.
But I guess if Spurs are 3-0 down, I'll see you all at half time.
Quite possibly. All right, then. Take care. See you later.
Thank you very much. Please subscribe to Dan at Hotspur Hood and please keep giving Barry loads of stick for his Emerson Royal opinion. That's just how life should work. So thanks, everyone. Much love. And Barry, see you later. Right. So let's go. Let's now put There we go. We should be there. Right. Okay. Everybody, if you haven't already, please do get your oh, hang on. I'm just trying to find a good stream here. Bear with me 1 second. Do get your predictions in. I'm just trying to see which stream is best. I've got one. Okay, I've got enough battery on there. I've got 74% on there. Okay, so we've got a stream. We've got a stream. Let's put that there. Okay. Now, for anybody that does watch me in the watch-alongs, you know when we get these games, which are not live on TV, we all know that my clock will start when the game starts on my app. So I might be a little bit behind time. It means I don't stream to the bottom of my comments as much. But hey, it is what it is. I'm just trying to see. I've got two streams, one on the Fulham channel, one on the Spurs channel. I'm trying to see which one is further ahead. I think the one on my app is further ahead, but keeps blowing. Okay, let's see. Yeah, fake scores will be timed out. Please don't think you're funny. Please do not think you're funny. Fake scores will be timed out. So Tottenham Hotspur are going to take on Fulham. Here are the teams for you again. By the way, you've got Arsenal, Chelsea as well. You've got Leno in goal, Castagne, Anderson, Bassi and Robinson in the midfield and in the back four. The midfield two is Pereira and Sandberg with Iwobi, Smith Rowe and Willian behind Raul Jimenez. And the Fulham substitutes, I'll get there in a second. Hopefully this works. Bear with me 1 second. The Fulham substitutes, if we ever get there. So I will be I'll probably be a minute and a half behind the game. By the way, big up to Anthony Clark for the super sticker. Really appreciate you, Anthony. That's very generous. The substitutes are Bender, Reed, Muniz, Kearney, Traore, Cuenca, King, Sessegnon, and Marshall Godo. Tottenham Hotspur line up with Vicario in goal, Spence, Romero, Davis, and Udogie, with Gray, Basuma, and Bentancur, with Johnson, Solanke, and Tell up front. The Spurs substitutes are Kinski, Van der Ven, Porro, Sarr, Bergval, Madison, Odeber, Son, and Scarlett. So, by the way, I'm just going to check my clock. You know I always do this, guys. So the game hasn't started yet. Might have done in real time. Okay, my clock does work. There we go. I always check the clock. But we'll get off and underway very, very shortly. Look, I hope I'm wrong. I hope Spurs come here and batter them. I genuinely concerned as to where the as to where the creativity is going to come from. I'm genuinely concerned. 1 second. Let's have a look. So on my app, by the way. What it means is I won't scroll to the bottom of my comments. So I won't be able to see if anyone is trying to ruin it for the rest of us. So I won't scroll to the bottom, but I will try and give you as much commentary as possible. And I'll also keep you updated on Arsenal versus Chelsea at the Emirates. So a big game there. Arsenal being chased down by Forest and Chelsea. Oh, hang on. I knew that was going to happen. Why have you stopped? Why have you stopped there? 1 second. Wait, come on. Oh, you know what it's like when you're trying to get oh my God, error opening the channel right on kickoff. Oh my gosh, come on. Oh, I'm having a mare. I'm having a mare now. I'm going to miss the start of the game. I'm having a mare. Now none of my apps are working. None of my apps are working. It's error opening everything. Error opening everything. Bear with me, people. I am trying. I'm trying. I've got no feed. I've got no feed anywhere. Oh, my gosh. I've just lost everything. Guys, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. At the moment, I've lost everything. 1 second. Let's completely come out of that. Go again. Oh, this is ridiculous. It's been working for the last 2 hours. Of course it has. And then 1 second. Hang on. I'm desperate. I'm desperately trying it. I can't get a stream anywhere. I'm now going to Optus 2. Right, I found a stream. Hang on. Sorry, guys. I will get there. I've got it on an app. 1 second. Bear with me. I've got a stream. I want to get that on here. Optus, 'cause it's bigger. Right, guys and girls, I think we're back. I've got a live stream at last. I'm so sorry about that. Right, I'm so sorry about that. Let me change the timer so that it's in time. Sorry, what a bloody nightmare that is. 3 minutes. No. 3 minutes and where am I? Right, guys. I've got a stream. I don't know how good it's going to be. I genuinely don't know how good it's going to be. All the Tottenham streams don't seem to be very good. Yeah, thanks, Lisa. I'm now on Optus myself, but it keeps crashing on the Fulham channel, and the Spurs channel, so not very good. Anyway, back at the game. Finally, at the game. Let's nudge a little bit closer to the action, shall we? So Tottenham give the ball away. It's the first thing I've seen here. Here's Raul Jimenez. He's got Pereira. They're in on the right-hand side here. The app has stopped just as they're about to cross. It is so frustrating. Why do I pay for this app? It never seems to work. Very, very frustrating there. So what happened was Pereira went down the right-hand side and his shot cross went right away across goal. And again, that came from Spurs giving the ball away very, very, very high up the pitch. And who would have thought Spurs giving the ball away? Yes. Let's have a look. I'm just gonna see if this works again now. So I've got two. If I've got two on the go, one on my tablet, one on my phone. Absolute nightmare. Absolute bloody nightmare. Like literally everything to the build up to the game was working. Everything for the build up to the game was working. And then suddenly you get to the game. Anyway, so here's Fulham now playing the ball about at the back. And here's a ball dinked over towards Tell, easily cut out by the Fulham centre half. And then Bentancur heads it on again. And it's going to be a throw into Fulham, I believe, at the right back area. Just trying to check. I just want to back up. stream. At the moment, this stream is working. At the moment, the stream is working. So I'll be grateful to that. In the other game, it's still Arsenal 0, Chelsea 0, by the way. As the ball's played down the line, given away by Bentancur, but Archie Gray wins it back. And there's the ball played in. Spurs. I just don't know who's gonna have those final balls. Who's gonna thread the balls through? Who's going to thread those through balls? I'm just not sure. We'll find out as the game goes on. As Fulham play the ball across the centre-back area. They're now driving forward up the pitch. There's a ball out wide to Smith Rowe. He's left it for Robinson on the left. Robinson's going to whip a ball into the box, headed clear by Ben Davies, but only as far as Smith Rowe. Now here's Willian. He goes out wide to Robinson again. We know that they're going to have a lot of the ball down that left-hand side, right? Here's Smith Rowe into Sanderberg, back to Willian. Willian plays a really good ball through, but I think Spence is going to see that out. And good defending by Jed Spence there. Used his strength. And Fulham got in down the left-hand side, as always, behind. But good defending from Jed Spence. Good defending from Jed Spence. So now Spurs play the ball out short. Romero dinks the ball into midfield, but gives it away. Just an awful pass from Romero again. He does that so much, and I keep hearing how good he is at passing. Now the ball goes out wide to Willian, again on the left. You know what's going to happen here today, guys, don't you? Willian now goes into Sanderberg. Berg goes across to Anderson. He plays it one more to Castagne, gives it to Iwobi. Iwobi back to Anderson. They've got him behind, crossed the ball in, and headed out by Davis for a corner kick. And they're getting in. Guess where, guys? That's it. Far too easily down our channels. Far too easily. Far too easily. So 8 minutes gone on my clock. When people say you're behind, I know I don't know why people put silly things like that in the chat. I don't know what I've got, the stream that I've got. Anyway, I'm just glad it's working. So Bassi and Romero having a bit of a tussle. Willian puts a long. The ball's gone all the way over. It's fallen to Robinson. He gives it to Pereira, who goes back out wide. The ball's going to be flung into the box, headed clear, and Spurs at the moment are struggling to get out their own box. Here's Robinson, and he plays the ball all the way back to the goalkeeper. So at the moment, headed clear by Jed Spence, and now Bentancur gives it to Gray. Gray goes back to Romero, and Spurs again haven't really got going here from what I've seen. Granted, I missed the first 2 minutes of the game. There's a long, pointless ball from Romero over the top. I'm, as you can see, guys, Romero, I'm not his biggest fan. Too many times he gives the football away. Poor passes out the back. Really poor passes out the back. Anyway, here's Castagne. Plays the ball into midfield. Really well won there, actually, by Romero that time. Here's Bentancur. And Dogie lets the ball run. Now cuts inside. Plays it back to Ben Davies. He's going to roll it 5 yards to Romero for short. Yep, it goes 5 yards across to Romero. Romero back to Davies. And now the ball is back to the feet of Leno. Leno plays it down the line to Castagne, but the ball bounces out of play for a throw-in to Tottenham Hotspur. So at the moment, Spurs haven't really got going here. We haven't done it. It's not surprising, right? I mean, I just don't see where the creativity is meant to come from. But here is Jed Spence. Lays it off to Basuma. He plays a terrible ball given away to Iwobi. Luckily, Fulham then gave it away. But really poor passing through the midfield by all of them so far. Here's Tell on the left-hand side. His cross, right-footed, wasn't a great one. It was easily headed away by Fulham. Now, Bentancur can win a header, but Castagne wins it back. And now Iwobi into Castagne, and he plays it off of Adogi for a goal kick. So, yeah, just... I'm not sure where the creativity is going to come from. Just don't know where it's going to come from. Anyway, on my app, 11 minutes gone. 11 minutes gone. It's still Fulham 0, Tottenham 0, but so far not really a good performance from a passing and creativity point of view, but we were expecting that. So the ball goes out wide to Emil Smith-Rowe, put back into Willian. And now Robinson nearly lost the ball. Good pressing by Spurs, nearly lost the ball, but then they win it back. And now a pass forward that Jed Spence couldn't keep on. Good pressing by Spurs, but yeah, you know, good pressing, but when we get it, it's like we don't really, it's almost like we need a playmaker. If only we had one at the football club. Anyway, here is Castagne. He goes into Anderson. Anderson's going to drive through. He's beaten the press of two players. He now plays a good ball out wide. Guess what? It's gone to the left. And here is Smith-Rowe, lays it off to Robinson. Robinson dinks it across, headed clear by Romero, but Willian can retrieve the ball. And he gives it back to Emil Smith-Rowe. He goes back into Sanderberg, and it looks like there was a Fulham player offside. Yeah, I don't really expect anything different from what we've seen, to be honest. I don't really expect anything too different. It's not, we've not got the players in there to get some good passing game going, but anyway, offside against Fulham, so it's going to be a free kick to Tottenham Hotspur. There's Hugh Grant in the stand. Hugh Grant watching with his flat cap. And again, whenever the ball goes into Solanke, he can't hold it up. Here's Jed Spence. He's going to drive forward, is he? And he's tackled, and it's a throw-in on the right-hand side. Good tackle by Robinson there. So here's Basuma driving through, but it's deflected away for a corner kick to Tottenham. So Tottenham have a corner, and this for me is going to have to be our best chance. I think I can't see a lot happening in the build-up, to be honest. I can't see a lot happening in the build-up. So I think corner kicks are going to have to be where we get most joy. So it's going to be a corner kick to Spurs, right-hand side. And it's going to be taken by Archie Gray is going to take the corner. So Archie Gray whips in the corner. It was okay, but easily headed away. Now Basuma gets it back to Gray. Gray whips it back in first time and then cleared away for another corner to Tottenham. I think this is where we're going to have to make use of this, guys. I think we're really going to have to make use of this. The corners are going to have to be better, and we're going to have to really try and get some of the bigger players into the box, the likes of Solanke, the likes of Romero, the likes of Bentancur, get some of that height into the box. Fulham have got some big guys as well, Anderson and Berg and Iwobi and Bassi, and Jimenez. But hey, it's just one avenue for us. So as the corner whipped in again by Archie Gray, and that's floated over. Spurs did get their head on it, but kind of floated over everyone. And now Fulham are trying to play it out, and it's a free kick given away for the foul by Bentancur. So I would say 15 minutes gone on my app. A very uninspiring first half would be my assessment so far. Fulham with some nice build-up play, but haven't really threatened us. And Spurs with non-existent build-up play, really. But a couple of corners. So, it is what it is. In the other game, by the way, it's still Arsenal 0, Chelsea 0 in that game. There's a ball, one in midfield, given away in midfield. Here's Iwobi. And luckily for Spurs, he couldn't control the ball. Again, we give the ball away in midfield so easily. And had that have not been for better control for Iwobi, Fulham would have been in. Here's Bernd Leno with the ball back in the Fulham penalty area. He lays it out to Anderson. He gives it to Castagne. Castagne launches it down the line into Jimenez. And Jimenez was tackled by Romero. He's limping a little bit, but Romero actually did well to get the ball away. And it's a free kick, a throw on, to Fulham on the right-hand side. Very uninspiring. I find every Spurs game very uninspiring, if I'm honest, at the moment. Here's Bassi, beats the press and gets the ball out wide to Robinson. He's going to turn and run. Here is Robinson. He's still going. He's driving into midfield, lays it off to Smith Rowe. Good player, Emil Smith Rowe. Now the ball goes into Pereira. He jinks past a player, plays a good ball out wide to Iwobi. Then the ball is whipped in, cleared by Ben Davies. Again, this is what we've got to be careful of. When Fulham attack, everything goes down our channels. Here's Sanderberg, plays it across to Bassi. Bassi goes one more out to Willian. Willian lays it back to Smith Rowe. Smith Rowe with a very good ball into Robinson. Robinson pulls it back and good defending there by Basuma. Doesn't get credit for the things like that. He done really well there, Basuma. He tracked the runner and got away all the danger. So good play from Basuma. But it's been really, really tough again to watch, hasn't it? Yeah, it's tough to watch. This notion that Spurs are an attacking, entertaining team, I just don't know. A good turn by Tell. Still got the ball and then loses the ball. Just not enough for me. Not enough Tell. Here's Iwobi. Gets the ball back in the end to Leno. And there's a player down injured. Arsenal have taken the lead at home to Chelsea, by the way. I think it was Mikel Merino. They're all hugging Merino, so I think it was him. I think Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0. They are just so much better than us, aren't they? It's embarrassing. Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0, and it was Mikel Merino with the goal. So another goal for the makeshift centre forward, Mikel Merino. But back in our game, the ball is played forward by Fulham. It's gone down the line. The header away by Ben Davies. And then, I'd say the ball was played back to Vicario, but with far too much pace. And he sliced it clear, and then Fulham can win the ball again. And Fulham just looked more composed in the midfield. I'm just looking to see the Mikel Merino goal. Yeah, it was Mikel Merino. So Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0. Arsenal is second in the Premier League table. So here's Ben Davies. He goes across to Romero. Romero goes back to Caro. Are we one of the most boring teams to watch in the Premier League? I'm just asking for a friend. I know everyone will go, what about that third goal the other day? But it's very rare, isn't it? Fulham now playing the ball down the line. Romero gets in and clears it. And then Bentancur's so lucky. He's so slow on the ball, Bentancur. He is so slow on the ball as Spurs play their way out across our own back four. Too slow. And now Brennan Johnson just gives the ball away just far too easily. I just don't know why Maddison and Odegaard didn't start. They had good games the other day. Why wouldn't you start them again? Let them continue in their form. Here's Tell. He's running at them. He's done well. He's actually got past and then crosses the ball to nobody. He actually did well there. He jinked past his players, but then the ball across, it was like he hadn't really picked anyone out. Spurs have kept it in. And here's Jed Spence. He's got players to get past, but yeah, and then Fulham come away with the ball. Tell did well there until the end where I thought he just made the wrong choice, but that was better. That was more positive from Tell. Yeah, that was more positive from Tell there. At least he took on his man. Now the ball's played out by the goalkeeper, given away, but they've won it back, and then we've won it back. So here is Destiny Adogi into Archie Gray. I haven't really seen anything of Gray so far. As the ball goes back into the arms of Leno. Yeah, it's just been a bit meh, hasn't it? It's just a bit meh watching Tottenham Hotspur at the moment. But that was much better from Tell. He went inside, then went back on the outside. And I've just felt his ball was just, I don't know, it just didn't feel like it was going to pick out a man. In the Chelsea-Arsenal game, they're looking at a VAR for a red card against Chelsea, against Fofana. Anyway, back here, Ben Davis plays the ball down the line to Tell. Tell plays it into Bentancur. And then Adogi gives the ball away. It's so sloppy. It's so easy for Fulham to win the ball back. And here is Sander Berg. He lays it off to Robinson on the left-hand side. He goes back to Berg. And here's Iwobi. Iwobi now dinks the ball to the back post. There's Jimenez. Jimenez has been pushed. The referee said no. The Fulham fans are convinced it was, but they've still got the ball. Here is Robinson. Robinson lays it back to Sander Berg. I'd like to see that again. I see him go down. I don't think there was enough there, but then Spurs can now come away with the ball, can we? Here's Basuma. He goes into Spence. Spence is playing about with it, then clears it off the Fulham player. But Willian wins it back. It's in the air. Here's Jimenez. And there's a foul against Raul Jimenez. Silva upset. He's saying he wants the penalty. Let's have a look. So as Iwobi whipped it in, I mean, it was soft, but you've got to be careful. You know, it was soft. Anyway, here's Pereira. He lays it off to Berg. Berg turns, switches the play to the right-hand side to Anderson. Anderson now plays it down the line to Iwobi, who goes inside to Anderson. Anderson with a cross into the box, headed clear by Romero. And then Solanke can get it away to Tell. And now Tell, the ball's taken off him easily, and it's a throw into Fulham. I feel like we've got a team of very weak footballers. We lose the ball very easily. Very, very easily we lose the ball, don't we? Just got to be careful there. Got to be careful, Spence. I mean, for me, I think it would have been a soft penalty, but just don't give the ref a decision to make. That's what I always think. So now the ball goes out to sorry, I just realized the scoreboard wasn't on. So sorry, guys. Yeah, no creativity from Spurs. Anyway, Fulham win the ball back in midfield. Here's Sander Berg. He goes out wide to Robinson. Robinson's going to play it in to the ball was won back by Spurs in the midfield. Here's Brennan Johnson. When Brennan Johnson's dribbling down the right-hand side, I just switch off. Like, when Brennan Johnson's dribbling with the ball, nothing's going to come of it. Listen, Brennan, get in the box, score some tap-ins. Don't try and do anything else. Yeah, too much backwards and sideways for me. But here's Fulham. The ball's going to be switched into Anderson. Anderson goes back to Leno. And then Leno drives the ball downfield, which Spurs are going to win that easily. Look, Fulham haven't really created anything, to be honest. But they do look the more dangerous team going forward as Ben Davis wins a header. And then Bentancur loses the ball. I don't rate him at all. I'll say it. I know loads of you do. I do not rate it. Here's Willian on the left wing, cuts it in onto his right. And then the header is cleared by Solanke. And now Spurs losing the ball again, and a free kick given away by Basuma about 40 yards from goal. Maybe it was Gray, sorry, actually. Might have been Gray. Haven't really seen Archie Gray in this game. Can't really judge his performance. I don't think he's really been involved. Let's have a look. And it was kind of a sandwich between Gray and Basuma. Between them gave a free kick away. So on my app, 26.5 minutes gone. A free kick to Fulham, about 40 yards out. So cross now from Pereira. He's gone all the way to the back post. Castagne heads it across. Headed clear easily by Ben Davis. Now here's Sander Berg. Back to... Oh, can we win that? No. Iwobi's got the ball back again for Fulham. Here's Iwobi. Dinks the ball forward. It's gone all the way over everybody and out for a goal kick. And this is not a classic. This is what I come to expect of Tottenham now, if we're going to be honest. Brandon, I genuinely don't see a genuine, like the love Bentancur gets. I think he is such an average footballer. Now Fulham get the ball out wide. They're definitely dominating the midfield, aren't they? Definitely dominating the midfield, Fulham. But what can we do? Here's Bassi, steps in above Solanke, now driving forward, gives it to Willian. Willian now goes into Sander Berg. They're dominating that midfield area. That midfield three we've got out there just isn't good enough to hold on to the football at all. And there's the ball into Jimenez, who's dropped a bit deeper. Now sprays it to Bassi. Bassi plays a good ball into Jimenez. He now goes to Smith Rowe, who's the kind of chief architect. Out wide to Willian. Willian now, one-on-one with Spence. Cuts in, cuts the other way. Then lays it back to Robinson. Back into Bassi. Bassi into Anderson. Anderson to Castagne. He goes out wide to Iwobi. Good footwork from Iwobi, but then the pass was intercepted really well there by Spurs. And now Spurs, are we going to try and play our way out? We have. Here's Bentancur into Solanke. And Solanke gives the ball away. That boy can't hold a ball up. I'm going to say it. Where's my mate Plasma? Constantly telling me how good Solanke is. He can't hold a football up. There's a ball over the top by Spurs given away. And God, we are awful. Do you know what? Absolutely true. Bang on, C to the fourth. If Bentancur was called John Smith, absolutely no one would rate him. Do you know, I agree. I keep seeing this, right? Yeah, he picked Solanke over Watkins. Just absolute madness from the England manager. But I don't care about England national team, if I'm going to be brutally honest. Anyway, here's Iwobi. Takes a touch, brings the ball down. Now lays it off to Smith Rowe. Berg plays a good ball out wide to Robinson. Robinson's going to cut inside, gives it to Willian. Fulham have got a lot of neat approach play. I don't know how dangerous they are. Hang on, it is Robinson. Lays it back to Jimenez. Luckily for Spurs, it ran away. And then here's Sander Berg, who shoots left-footed, blocked and deflected away for a corner. Yeah, we're just not, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Every game, I feel like I'm saying the same thing. We are not a good team to watch. This is 2 years of coaching. This is 2 years of coaching for this football. But apparently Ange has been doing this 26 years, so we're not allowed to tell him that it's not good. Anyway, thank you for everyone that has liked. Thank you for all the subscribers. Do continue to like. We should be on about 350 by now, so please smash that button. Here's Willian with a corner for Fulham. Let's make sure we get this clear. It's gone all the way to the back post, cleared by Spence, brought down by Pereira, who has a volley. That's blocked, but now Fulham are going to reclaim that. And Fulham have given the ball away again. And look how strong Bassey is to win that ball back. Look how strong Bassey was there. We don't have that. He just went, but see you later. Now Willian into Pereira. Pereira back to Willian. Now out wide to Raul Jimenez. Jimenez crosses the ball and it goes out for a Fulham throw. And Fulham are starting to dominate this now. Yeah. Apparently when the players come back, we were going to look really good, but this is just awful. Yeah, but having an ACL injury doesn't mean you forget how to pass a football. That's not an excuse. You might not be at the levels, but this is madness. You can't just say any player who's had an ACL injury can't pass a ball anymore. That's just not how ACL injuries work. As Fulham spray a ball to the left-hand side, can Jed Spence win that? He can, and it's out for a throw-in to Fulham. Yeah, Fulham look like a team that are coached. Fulham look like a well-organised coach team. It just looks awful. Here's Willian running at Spurs, lays it off to Robinson. Robinson with a ball across, flicked away by Romero and goes out the other side for a throw-in. And Christian Romero's gone down. I don't know with what, but Christian Romero's gone down. He's holding his face. He's gone down. Anyway, in the other game, it's still Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0. But again, look how easy it was for Fulham to get in down that left. Good defending from Romero to get the block away, but it does look like he's done it at some sort of cost. Can't see what. There's nothing glaringly obvious from watching it that he's injured, but he is still down. I don't know. He's back up to his feet now, which is good news. So here's a throw into Fulham on the right-hand side. And let's be fair, Fulham have been much the better football team here. Fulham have been much the better team here. As I said, I don't know where we're going to create from. As Fulham put the ball out wide to Iwobi. Iwobi's going to run at Adogi. Dinks a ball in. It's cleared by Davis. Not very well. And then Spurs are let off the hook with a terrible finish. Ben Davis with the mistake. And a terrible finish from Castagne. That should be 1-0 to Fulham. That should be 1-0 to Fulham. Wow. That was really, really poor from Castagne. Should have been 1-0. And Spurs not doing very well here today. I'll be honest, I've seen nothing of Gray that makes him stand out. I know it's only half an hour gone, but I'm not really I was told he gets on the ball and I've not seen it yet. I need to see it. But Spurs, let that be a warning. Let that be a warning. I think what we've built here is a very weak team. Archie Gray making a mistake. Is Bassey. Iwobi. And it's out for a throw-in. Archie Gray, really poor control. Really poor football from Archie Gray there. Hey, it is what it is. And now Fulham have a throw-in. They've laid it back to Bassey. Bassey goes back to his partner, Anderson. Anderson's going to go across to Castagne, the right back. David Raya, by the way, has just had one of them moments where the ball has gone at him very, very, very slowly. And he's kind of let it through his legs or side of him and got away with one. He's got away with one there. Oh, it's gone through his arms. Oh, you lucky boy. And now here's Fulham again. It's been all one-way traffic, hasn't it? Here is Anderson driving forward, lays it off to Smith Rowe. He goes out wide, one more to Willian. Willian now lays it off to Robinson. Robinson back to Willian. Willian back to Robinson. Fulham are in, and it's been cleared. And Spurs, we look awful. We look, and no one's going to, All those people telling me I'm glass half empty. What are they watching? I mean, he's not done anything so far, has he? I'm not sure. Keep hearing he's a midfielder. I know, Chris. I know. All the Ange fans. I think the fans that like Ange, I'll say it to all their faces, whether they're YouTuber or not, they don't understand tactics in football because this is awful. I don't care if we go on and score. It's just bloody awful to watch this. Here's Vicario at the back. Plays the ball forward. Given away by Spurs. It's out for a throw into Fulham. God, we are so poor, aren't we? He's picked such a poor team here. Big up to you, Chris. Cello, absolutely. Absolutely. I was told it was going to be better football than Conte, and I don't even like Conte's football. This is worse. Yeah, I've been thoroughly unimpressed with that midfield three. Thoroughly unimpressed with it so far. As Spurs give the ball away again between a dog. Oh my God, we're dreadful, aren't we? I genuinely think we might be one of the worst teams to watch in the league. God, not half. Here's Willian. How are Fulham passing it around like this and we can't keep the ball for 2 passes? Claire, yeah, absolutely. I would rather a plumber in the dugout as well. When he said, "Oh, you wouldn't have got a plumber," But again, this is what happens. All these people that the Archie Gray fan club get him in midfield. He's brilliant. I've not seen anything today that tells me he's a midfielder. I think he's a defender. Really tough watch this. I agree. I've said this all along, Phil. That when people are going, wait till Udogie gets back. What? I mind about playing bad football. I mind. I do mind, but I hear you. Now the ball at the back with Robinson. He plays the ball out wide to Iwobi. Iwobi goes down the line to Castagna. Castagna to Iwobi. Look at the way Fulham are just weaving patterns in midfield. They're just weaving patterns in midfield. They keep the ball well. Here's Ben Davis to Basuma. Basuma gives it to Tell. Is that Tell or Udogie? Whoever it was, bloody awful. Whoever that was, it's awful. So is Solanke. By the way, Solanke's hold-up play is crap. His hold-up play is atrocious. So this ball played out wide to Willian. Willian's played a really good ball through. Here's Smith Rowe. He's pulled it across. Fulham, if they get the shot away, it's blocked. Good defending if it's blocked. And then it bounces into Vicario's arms. And again, Fulham have just carved through us. Every game, I've told everyone for months, it's not the injuries why we are poor. It is the tactics and the manager. And I was told I was negative for months. Every game is the same. It is shit to watch. Absolutely shit to watch. Absolutely. He can structure a team, Brandon. Exactly. That's all I asked for. As Archie Gray is weak, gives the ball away in midfield. Oh, God. What did we pay for Gray? Now, here's Iwobi. Iwobi is driving through. He's taken on his man for fun. He's crossed it in. He's asking for a penalty, but he's got a corner instead. Again, just, I don't know what to say anymore, people. I don't know what anyone's watching. I'm just convinced that our fan base is thick as shit. I'm going to say it. It's so bad, isn't it? It's just unbelievably crap. Anyway, so corner kick to Fulham. I can't wait for Rodrigo Bentancur to leave. The corner comes in, headed down, blocked. Now as far as Willian, Fulham trying to keep the pressure on. It's gone back to Robinson. What a pass that is, by the way. Pereira dinks it to the back post, clawed away by Vicario. And Spurs are under the cosh a bit here. Here is Berg. He lays it off to Willian. Willian now goes back to Sander Berg. He goes back to Willian. And here is Willian, one-on-one with Brennan Johnson. Twists and turns, takes him on, lays it back. He's taken two with him. Robinson, it's cleared by Romero. Back to Robinson, though. And Robinson goes back to Bassi. And this is like Memvi boys. This is embarrassing. Here's a cross from Robinson. Oh, Phil, he hasn't done anything. Phil, we had one run. No, let's not do this. Every time he gets it, he gives it away. 42 minutes and 20 seconds gone on my clock. God, this is tough. This is really tough to watch. It is utterly shite. Anyway, this is Fulham's fourth corner of the game. Whipped in, headed clear by Solanke. Only as far as Smith Rowe. He goes back to Robinson. He goes back to Smith Rowe. It's exactly, Smith Rowe's doing what a Maddison would be doing. Now, really good ball by Fulham out wide. Here's Willian. Drives past his player, then turns back. Step over, back into Berg. Shifts the ball well. Lays it back to Willian. They're superior to us at everything, aren't they? This is Menvy boys. This is embarrassing. You've got YouTubers telling you this manager's good. Nah, John, they'll all appeal if we score a lucky goal. The ball now laid into Jimenez. He has a shot blocked by Ben Davis. And now here's Tell with the ball. Lays it off to Bentancur. Bentancur's pass just makes its way through to Udogie. To Spence, sorry. Spence is going to run at them. And then Spence loses the ball. And now Iwobi can come away down the other end. Good footwork by Iwobi. And now one back by Spence. Good defensive work by Spence. Here's Tell. Lays it off to Bentancur. He goes to Basuma. This is really bad, isn't it? I knew we were bad, but this is really bad. Dan, this is awful, isn't it, bro? This is absolutely atrocious. I don't know. I don't think they've got a goalkeeper playing, mate. I don't feel that. I feel that they could play without Leno. We've won a free kick about on the left-hand side, just in front of the dugouts. Maybe we'll do something with this. Dan, it has been atrocious. It has been absolutely atrocious. Outplayed, outfought, out-tacticked, if that's the word. Fulham will be frustrated that they're not winning the game. I don't know what you were watching. I don't know what you watch sometimes, mate. I don't think we've passed the ball about at all. And there's a really poor free kick from Gray, but it's actually been retrieved by Ben Davis, who whips it in, and it's cleared easily by Fulham. Just, sorry, Phil, I don't know what you're watching, mate. I genuinely don't think we've passed it about at all. Mark, absolutely. This is what we've come to now. This is what this team want. This midfield three cannot play together. Brian, absolutely spot on. John, you're absolutely right. Willian's had a really good game, and he's so old, isn't he? He's so old. Oh gosh, when's it going to end under this manager? Oh, the referee has put us all out of our misery. He's put us all out of our misery. It is two. Bear with me 1 second. Let's just stop this clock. Hello, Nick. How are you?
Well, that was 46 minutes of my life that I'm not getting back again. That was absolutely atrocious.
What happens to when all our players are back? You're going to see the real Ange Ball. Is this Ange Ball?
I couldn't tell you what Ange Ball is, apart from chaos, and being boring. That is what Ange Ball is. Archie Gray midfield is clearly not working.
He looks so weak, doesn't he, Nick? Yeah, he looks really weak.
Adogi at right back now. So obviously, I think if he doesn't come off at half time, then I don't know what else. Spence made one run down that left hand side. Tell made one run down that left hand side. Solanke's done more defending than he has done attacking. They've had 61% of the possession.
It's so bad. It's so.
I mean, we're probably lucky that they haven't created that much, and it's still 0-0. But I can't see it at this rate. I can't see any team scoring. If I'm honest, it's just utter. And what BBC have said. Tired-looking stuff from Tottenham. Tired? He's made 7 changes. How can we be tired?
It's utterly crazy. I really, really don't know. Perchy likes me to read out a comment of his every time I stream. He said, just for your stream, Ange massively rotating for what? Sacking off the league like this is suicidal. People acting like it's normal to do this. Can someone name me another team that does this? If Spurs don't win the Europa League this season, it's a complete and utter catastrophe. He's not wrong, is he?
No. He's not. He's not wrong. And I don't know what we've got to watch. I mean, the 2 games that are on today, I think that forget about Super Sunday, because Arsenal-Chelsea, by all accounts, is just as bad. It's just that Arsenal have got a goal, right? So it's two London derbies that you think it's going to be amazing, and actually you'd be better off putting the Forest Ipswich game on from yesterday.
I mean, look, Danny, welcome back. By the way, please smash the like button, people. It's half time. We've got 291 likes. There's 710 of you in here. That is atrocious. We should have 450 likes. If you haven't subscribed, please do. Danny, that was absolutely, what's the politest word? That is one of the worst performances I've ever seen from any Tottenham team in my life. What is going on?
It's boring. There looks like there's no... I mean, people go on about positive and attacking football. And the thing that I've seen not happening is what we was all questioning. There's no link between defence and attack. There's no midfield there, basically. We're getting totally out-muscled in the middle. The ball control of all 3 of them in midfield has been absolutely terrible. And there's no... I mean, people keep going on about being positivity, whatever else. Well, what positive has there been in midfield? There's been absolutely no direct balls through, even when we've had 1 or 2 chances to pass it forward. I think at half time, he's definitely got to make at least 2 subs. I mean, Johnson, was he even on the pitch? Honestly, I don't think I heard his name on there. And you can definitely see where we are lacking any ideas of what to do, any playmaker. There's just... But in midfield, we're definitely getting totally out-muscled. And we're lucky we ain't 1-0 down as well. If they would have finished that better, that would have been 1-0 for sure. And I don't think if we had a clear-cut chance, about the best thing I've seen was Tell when he took it over 3 people and then totally screwed the cross up.
Mm-hmm. I mean, what I don't get, Nick, what I don't understand is I don't even know what we're trying to do anymore. You know, like sometimes you can see it and you go, oh God, it's completely crap. I don't know. Hang on, let me just remove that for a second. I don't know what our style of play is. We don't get crosses in. We don't have a playmaker. None of the midfield control the ball. Our fullbacks seem to drive forward but give it away for fun. What is this style of play? What are we?
I don't know. We've got a 36-year-old Willian balling. I don't know what. We've had one shot off target from Bentancur. That was it. And like Dan said, that chance that Castagne had, that he should have just should have buried it.
Are we all at the stage where we're a little bit like what do you? It's this every week, lads. This isn't the anomaly. This is how we play now. This is not right, surely.
I don't see where it's going to get us anywhere. I mean, if we do get a goal at the moment, it looks like it's going to be a fluke if we do at the moment, because there's just no. Even when we do get it in midfield, it's been sideways, backwards, sideways, backwards. It's people keep going on about this attacking football. How can anyone say that this right now is attacking football?
Mm-hmm. And also Archie Gray in midfield, he was looking at the bench with that free kick and asking the bench what they wanted him to do with the ball. And they were saying, play it across.
I mean, why is he even taking a corner?
Because we got no one else. Who else is going to take it? Tell, maybe?
True, fair point.
I don't know. That's the first thing we said earlier, Dan, before we came out. I said, who's going to take the corners and set pieces if we have them? Because we haven't got anyone.
Fair point, if he's the better one at it.
It's clearly not working. I'd rather have watched the Celtic Rangers game. 3-2 Rangers at the moment in injury time.
Can we talk about Solanke for a minute though? I'm sorry. Yeah. When am I going to see this amazing hold-up play? Because every time the ball goes to him, it bounces back, and when it goes into him, the centre half are bullying him. Like, he's got no strength for what he looks like. He's about 6'3", right? Is it just me with Solanke, or is are either of you two seeing this every game?
Well, the 2 main times I've seen him lose that ball, he's been 3/4 into our own half. What's he even doing now? When he's got centre mids in front of him at the halfway line, he's almost in the DM position. Twice I've seen him lose the ball there, and I'm thinking, why are you even there?
I don't know what he does well. I keep hearing it's always, look, I get it that he's not got the creativity, but his all-round game for me, as a centre half, you should be able to centre forward, get it into him, bring it down, and let the others go and join in. But it goes to him, and Bassi and Anderson have bullied him. They've absolutely bullied him. Well, what do we do second half here, guys? What does Ange do? Because this experiment in the first half has failed atrociously.
I'd take Bentancur off because I think he's been the worst out of the 3 in midfield. I mean, I know we haven't really seen much off of Gray, but he hasn't been doing worse than Bentancur as such. I mean, Bentancur's had more of the ball and he's made more cock-ups with it, basically.
Yeah.
So I'd take Bentancur off, stick Maddison on straight away. I'd take Johnson off, and well, Odegaard scored 2 in the last game, so I'd put Odegaard in there. Reason I'd keep Tell on is because I think he's about the only one who's made 1 or 2 positive attempts as such to get the ball forward. Whether he screwed it up at the end or not, I think he's about the only one out the front 3 that have actually shown any sign of trying to play positive as such. So yeah, I'd have Bentancur off straight away, put Maddison on, and I'd stick Odegaard on. Whatever position he wants to swap him and Tell with, left or right, either way. That's what I'd do in a minute.
I think it needs three straight away. You need Bergvall, Maddison, and Son on, and just be ruthless with it. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy, and you know, they're just not. You saw how Jimenez just was clever with the pass. You know, even Pereira, that tackle that Gray made, Gray actually kicked Bissouma, and Pereira, we was nowhere near Pereira, but because Pereira was clever about it, he got the free kick. It's just, I mean, I can't believe for one moment that I'm singing "Bring on Son," but he'd certainly, hopefully, do more than tell. You know.
But look how well coached Fulham are. Like, listen. By the way, I want to put this out there to you guys. This is Fulham, who are mid-table. I'm not talking like Fulham are not a top 4 team. This is a mid-table Premier League outfit. Look how well drilled they are defensively. Look how well they keep the ball. Look how well their midfielders get it into the wingers and then go and, you know, what they've done really well is Smith Rowe gets it wide, then goes to get it again and plays a triangle with the fullback and the winger. We don't have any of that. We're not coached. We're just not coached.
It's the same as any team against us, basically. They always seem to look like they've got a plan. Whereas we literally look like, bar the phrase, but like spur of the moment, basically. We don't seem to have an out-and-out plan. And now, all right, if you've got 2 minutes left to go, you just play it whatever way you got to play it and take the moment as it comes as such. But for a game as such, you've got to have a plan. And this is what we mean by adapting to certain games. Haven't got to change the whole thing, but there's certain things you will adapt to the other team's weak spot, to the other team's strong point. Mm. Everyone who plays us looks like they've got a plan. Looks like they know what they're going to do before they do it, or at least try it and do before they do it as such. We don't. Yeah. When we seem to get the ball, it's like, what do I do now? I'll pass it sideways. Or what do I do now? And they think about it. Whereas the other teams, they already know what they're trying for before they even do it as such. It's like playing a game of chess. You're better off being 3 moves ahead of yourselves. We're 3 moves behind ourselves, basically.
Mm-hmm. I just don't get it. Like people are saying that Son and Maddison are getting ready to come on. If that's the case, yeah, why weren't they playing in the first place? Like, it doesn't make any sense what he's done here today. It just it genuinely doesn't. And look, Nick, before I say goodbye to you guys in 2 minutes, because I've got some super chats to do as well, I just want to see a pattern. I just want to see that they've worked on something in training. Not that we get a free kick goal or a corner goal, set piece goal. Not that we get a fluky goal because of a mistake. I want to look at the team and go, see what we're doing. I just don't know what. I just don't know what to say.
Yeah, we need some subs on at half time, and I just think that, you know, that we just need to see some cohesion. We need to see a plan. We need to see what they're doing, because at the moment there is nothing. There's nothing on that pitch. There's nothing, and yeah, I mean, no. If
Bergvall coming on
for who?
Mate, listen, dude, I don't like Ange at all. His football is the worst I've ever seen. Yes, it's bloody awful. Look, guys, I am going to say goodbye because the second half is going to start soon. I need to do some super chats. You're more than welcome at full time. Let's see if Spurs can scrape something from somewhere.
Let's see if they can. See you later.
See you, mate. Just quickly on the super chats. Big up to Olmo. Oh, hang on. Let's just... add to stage. Let's go there. Let's do this. There we go. Big up to Olmo. So Romero's trash. I don't see the hype at all. I think Romero does some good things, and he normally follows it up by doing something really silly with it. So I think Romero's okay, but I don't get the hype. You're absolutely right. Big up to a user who said, from entertainment perspective, difference between Mourinho and Ange. I'd have Jose Mourinho's football over this guy all day, every day in a month of Sundays. This is the worst manager I've ever seen in my life. Big up to you, a user. Thank you very much. You've come back in again and said, when Mourinho was here, people complained dinosaur footy. When Conte was here, they complained the 3-4-3. Now with beloved Ange, what the hell? Completely agree with you. I don't know what the hell it is. It's awful. Big up to you, a user. Appreciate that. And Rob Frank said, I have no words for this anymore. It's been so bad for so long. And we say the same every week. It's so boring, so close to just switching it off. Rob, I don't get it, because when this game stops, there will be people that come in and go, oh, but the players have just come back, or this excuse, that excuse. It's just crap, isn't it? Big up to you, Rob. It's just crap football. I just don't get it at all. So it looks like Bergvall and Son are coming on from what I can see. I'll let you know in a minute. Don't forget, guys, I will be slightly behind people in time because of the stream, but Bergvall is coming on. I'm not sure who for. So Bergvall and Son are definitely coming on. Still no playmaker. Still no playmaker. Makes me laugh. This manager's bloody hilarious, isn't he? Genuinely the worst football manager I think I've ever seen in my time in football. So here is Bergvall and Son. I'll let you know, by the way, when it starts on my one. For Bergvall and Son, for Johnson and Basuma. To be fair, it could have been anyone. Let's see if this makes a difference. Still, for me, the two that should have played are still not on the pitch, Maddison and Odegaard. But it is what it is. So I'll let you know on my app when they're about to start again. And we're underway. We're underway. So Tottenham, can we somehow scrape something out of what has been an utterly dross performance so far? There's Bassi, a good tackle, and Spurs have won a corner early in the second half. So Johnson off, yeah. Listen, Johnson for me, again, played all wrong, but I just don't know what he's good at other than tap-ins. As we said, it's another game. If he doesn't score a tap-in, what does he do? Anyway, corner kick from Son. Can Spurs, I've said this will be our best opportunity, I think, from set pieces. Can Spurs grab an unlikely lead? Son whips it in, and it's gone out for another corner to Tottenham, I think. So it was defended there by Joachim Andersen. It's going to be another corner to Tottenham Hotspur. Sonny's going to take the corner. He whips it in, and that's cleared. It goes back to Son. Whip it in. He's cut it on his left. Whip it in. He's pulled it back. And then how do Spurs manage to make a mess of everything? Anyway, the ball's gone out wide now. Bergvall on the left-hand side. He gives it to Son, who's gone out there now. He's twisting and turning. Plays it down the line to Bentancur. Maybe a bit more urgency this half would be nice. Big up to Anthony. Thank you. Very generous again, my man. Really appreciate you. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Here's Spurs playing it out the back. Oh, my gosh. What are we doing? Stop doing it. Spence drives away with it in the end, but then gives it to Bergvall. Bergvall turns and gives the ball away. Really good play by Bergvall there. Oh, just shocking. His Son on the left-hand side. It looks like there's a bit more tempo from Spurs here, which is much better to see, but let's wait until the half settles down. Yeah, so Tottenham away at Fulham. Fulham 0, Tottenham Hotspur 0. 2 subs at half-time. Still no James Maddison. Still no James Maddison. And here's Fulham. They've played the ball forward. That's cleared by Romero, but really poor clearance by Romero. Again, Romero's cleared the ball there. No one around him. And it's just gone all the way through to the goalkeeper. You've got a bit of time to bring the ball down. And anyway, here's Fulham driving through their right-hand side, our left. Good ball played in by Jimenez to Sander Berg. He's going to go one more to Calvin Bassi. Bassi now plays the ball out wide to Robinson. Robinson lays it off to Smith Rowe, back to Bassey. Bassey dinks a good ball forward to Robinson, who brings it down. He's beaten 3 of them, gets a crossover, cleared, not great, but then Bergvall plays it out. Oh, our passing is, oh my gosh. Now Tell's giving it away. I thought he was really good on the wings. He's another one. Just looks way off it. Here's Anderson into Smith Rowe. Smith Rowe, his ball cleared by Archie Gray. And then here's Bentancur. What can he do now? He was atrocious first half again. And his ball goes out wide to Udogie. Udogie gives it to Son. Back into Bentancur. Now Gray to Bergvall. Here's Bentancur back to Gray. His passing's terrible, Gray. If you watch that pass, he doesn't open his body shape up to pass a football properly. Here's Udogie taken off him far too easily. Taken off him far too easily. And here's Raul Jimenez. And Sander Berg can mop that up in the midfield. The ball is taken off these players so easily. Now the ball's going to be played by Leno. He goes long. And Jimenez wins the ball. See, don't see Solanke doing that. Jimenez wins the ball. Then plays a really good ball out to Willian. Willian one-on-one with Spence. Willian cuts in. Has a shot. It's blocked. And it's out wide for a corner for Fulham. And it was all too easy from back to front in about 3 passes. It's all too easy for Fulham. Too easy. You know, the moment we score, right, we're going to see Matt, Reezy, Cam Tinley. Have you noticed none of them have been in today? Have you noticed that? None of them have been in. Anyway, here's a corner kick to Fulham. It's going to be whipped in by Pereira to the near post, headed down, blocked. There's the shot fired over the bar by Emil Smith Rowe. He'll be very disappointed with that. But Tottenham, I don't know. Anthony, it's so tough to watch, isn't it? It's just boring. Here's Jed Spence. He's fouled. And now Tottenham have a free kick. By the way, it's still Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0 at the Emirates. James Maddison. Why not put him on at half-time? James Maddison's getting his kit off. Why not put him on at half-time? Nothing this manager does makes sense to me. Mate, they love him. These people love him. They love him. Here's Romero, back to Vicario. Vicario plays a ball into... I'll tell you, how have we given the ball away there? Here's Raul Jimenez. But Romero does well, gets back, and then plays it back into... I can't see who that was. I'm so sorry. I didn't see who that was. They didn't go in close enough. But the ball has now gone into Ben Davis. Ben Davis plays it back across to Romero. There's a good ball into Bergvall. What's Bergvall got here? Bergvall, good ball across, headed down. Oh, it's an awful header from Solanke. Oh, it's a better play. Good ball from Bergvall. You've got to do better than that. You've got to do better than that, Solanke. I keep hearing he doesn't get any service. And then when a ball goes across, come on, man. At least get that on target. So Tottenham with a rare attack there that actually ended in a chance, and a free kick now being given to Fulham. Now Fulham give the ball away again and then win it back. When people like you say these things to me, I don't know what you want me to do with that. What do you want me to do with that? I can't help it. I can't help it. You're not a big fan of the only creative player who's got the most goal contributions in our team. Sums up our fan base, doesn't it, in a nutshell? Sums up our fan base in a nutshell. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the creative one that scores goals and assists. Oh, dearie me, dearie me, our fan base. We do have what we deserve. Got to be honest, we've got what we deserve. Please do keep smashing the like button. It's been poor on the likes front today. Only 350. Come on, people. There's 570 of you in here. We should have loads more. Anyway, Spurs pushing forward now, giving away far too easily. Now Bentancur plays the ball out wide to Udogie. George Graham in the crowd there for Arsenal-Chelsea. Why is it we always seem to come out and play a bit better second half? Why? Remember, opinions, yeah, but why? I mean, if you're not a fan of the guy that scores our goals and gives us our assists and gives us all our creativity, who on earth are you a fan of? I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Anthony, completely. Hang on, is Tell or Udogie, sorry, what has he got? Far too much on the cross. Far too much on the cross. Mark, absolutely. Absolutely. For some reason, yeah, it is. It's like no one can be nice about the creative player. I've never got it. And look, every game without him, look how lackluster we are. Honestly, our fan base say some strange things. Anyway, we're having a little bit more of the ball here in this half. Here's Archie Gray. Hasn't done anything really to show me that he is a centre mid, if we're going to be honest. I haven't seen anything that makes me go, yeah, you're a midfielder. There's a good ball down the line, and Udogie is fouled by Iwobi, and Iwobi's saying no. The ref's saying yes, and it's a free kick to Tottenham. We've upped the tempo without really doing anything. We've upped the tempo, but how was this tempo not there from the start? Folk, it's not rocket every game. One of them has to start. If not both, one of them. Anyway, here's a free kick to Spurs on the left-hand side. What have we got? Come on, Spurs. Just something to give us some excitement or hope. It's going to be a free kick whipped in by Son. Son whips the cross in. It's gone past everybody and gone all the way through for a free kick, a goal kick to Fulham. So Fulham now playing out from the back. They've gone across to Bassi. We've pressed a bit better this half, so we've not allowed them to play through us as much. Here's Sander Berg. He goes back into Anderson. Back out wide to Castagne. Back into Anderson. He breaks the press and goes to Berg. Good ball from Berg out wide to Iwobi. I like Berg. I like Sander Berger. I think he's a good player. Does the job. Here's Calvin Bassi. Goes down the line to Smith Rowe. He goes back to Calvin Bassi. Back to Anderson. Anderson now goes for the long diagonal. Iwobi goes in the air but doesn't win it. But Jimenez wins it back. And then Fulham can come forward as Udogie gave it away. And now Tottenham have got the ball on the halfway line with Destiny Udogie, whose through ball is blocked and it's out for a throw-in to Tottenham Hotspur. 58 and a half minutes gone. Not really anything to write home about. Surely we're not destined for a dull 0-0, are we? Here's Sanderberg with the ball. He's going to play it back to Calvin Bassey. He goes back to Anderson. Now Anderson thought about the long ball, but he didn't. He played a smart ball into Willian, who's going to drive through midfield. Willian plays a really good ball to Raul Jimenez. Jimenez is going to lay it off one more to Iwobi. Iwobi crosses the ball. It's deflected. Bergvall makes a complete mess of that. Here's Willian out wide to Robinson. Spurs need to be careful here because Fulham have got bodies in the box. Here's Willian on the edge of the box. Goes out wide to Robinson. He plays a through ball into Smith-Rowe, dancing. And then Romero sees it out for goal kick. Good defending from Romero there. But Spurs, just the first time really in this half that Fulham had got on the ball, kept it, been compact with their passing. And then in the end, Smith-Rowe just doesn't have the strength of Romero. Romero did well to see that out. Now Spurs at the other end. His son, through ball into Bentancur, but can he get there? He's laid it off to Tell. Tell, touch out of his feet to Bergvall. Bergvall's attempted shot has deflected wide for a corner kick to Tottenham. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Yeah, thrilling. So it's going to be a corner kick to Tottenham Hotspur. Again, I've always said this is where I think this is our best chance of scoring for me. Here's Son with a corner kick. That one's a lot deeper. It's gone over everyone and gone all the way to the left-hand side of the pitch to Bergvall. Bergvall can swing that back in left-footed, but that's a really poor ball in from Bergvall. And now Fulham throw the ball out early, and Willian with a clever little flick to Jimenez. Jimenez, touch, control. Plays the ball into Iwobi, who's come over to this side. Iwobi plays a really good ball out wide to Castagne. To Smith-Rowe there. Smith-Rowe now goes into Sanderberg. Fulham just starting to get their foot on the ball again this half. We came out quite well in this half, and now Fulham just starting to build up again like they did in the first half. Here's Odegaard. Sorry, I've looked over. There's Odegaard on that ball. Here is Castagne on the right-hand side. He goes inside to Berger. Sanderberg plays it back to Anderson. Now to Bassey. He's being pressed by Solanke, but gets the ball out to Robinson. Robinson goes back to Bassey. Bassey back to Anderson. Spurs are going to press again, but Anderson plays a ball out wide to Castagne. Castagne plays a good ball down the line to Iwobi, who got in behind Udogie. And then both of them are just holding each other up there. And then good defending in the end from Udogie. Good battle there. He has heart. For me, he gives the ball away a lot. As I said, too many people do. Big up, Ben. I'm good, mate. I'm good. I mean, I'm watching this tripe, but other than that, I'm good. So Raul Jimenez has gone off and Rodrigo Muniz is coming on to give them something different in attack. So Muniz on for Jimenez. And also Iwobi is going off now as well. And Iwobi is coming off for Traore. Oh, that'll be fun. That's what we want. A really quick, strong person running at us. So Adama Traore and Muniz on for Iwobi and Jimenez. Let's see what difference that makes. So here's Fulham on the ball. Here's Calvin Bassey at the back. Calvin Bassey drives into midfield, then plays a ball out wide to Willian. Willian goes back into Robinson, who goes back into Bassi. Bassi's going to go to Anderson, or actually goes to Leno, and then Leno to Anderson. Anderson to Castagne. They're just playing it out the back. Castagne dinks the ball forward, and it's out for a throw into Tottenham Hotspur. Not a great advert for the Premier League, this. It's not been good to watch. Not a good watch at all. So I've thrown to Tottenham on the left-hand side. I thought we started the first 10 minutes of this half. I thought we did okay. And now it's kind of gone back to not really doing anything. There's a free kick given away for the foul by Pereira. And Tottenham are going to have a free kick on the left-hand side. Sorry, guys. I wish I could give you a bit more to be excited about, but it's just been a typical Ange Tottenham performance. This is what we do now. You got to remember, we're not playing AZ Alkmaar today. You know. So free kick's going to be whipped in here by Son, is it? It's gone over everyone. And now it's going to land at the feet of Spence. Plays it out wide to Tell. Hasn't really done anything again here today. He flicks the ball in and a header from about 18 yards right into the arms of Leno from Ben Davis. Yeah, he's not done anything again here today, Tell, to make me think why we've gone and loaned this guy. I bet he scores now. I said that. And I'll get, you're in the mud, Savva. You're in the mud. Here's Bassi. Plays the ball to Robinson. Given away. But then, yeah, given away. And there's Tell. No, oh, what's happening here? Oh, sorry. I thought Tell was away. Tell's now down, holding his ankle after the tackle by Calvin Bassi. But I think the game was pulled back for a foul, maybe. And now Romero and Calvin Bassi swearing up to each other. I wouldn't swear up to Calvin Bassi. He's massive. All a little bit of argy-bargy going on at the moment. Solanke's in there as well. There's Leno and Berg, Romero, Tell. Still nothing happening, guys. Still nothing happening. They haven't kicked off again yet. This will be a great game to win and a really shit one to lose, won't it? I don't see it. I don't know what he does. What's he done here today? By the way, Romero looks like he's going off. And Maddison's coming on. The Archie Gray experiment lasted just over an hour. Archie Gray is going to go back to centre half. Oh. Oh. When will this ever end? Oh, when will it ever end? And Maddison's on for the last 20 minutes. There's a ball by Fulham out to the right wing. Really well played by Adama Traore, but the throw-in does go to Spurs. Let's see now. We've got Ben Davis and Archie Gray at centre-back. Here's Tell. Plays the ball through to Son. He's got some space here on the left-hand side. He's going to get this on his right foot. Cuts in. Benson Core. He goes, oh, it's kind of lost a bit of momentum, but Tell can get it back. Tell cuts in, whips a shot, blocked, and Solanke. Oh, Solanke. That was better from Tell. He cut in, had a shot, and that is, I'm sorry, I keep hearing Solanke's. I'm not having it. I'm not having it. Not having it. Sure. So tell me what. All right, video complete. Tell me what you've seen then. I thought he was crap the other night. He's done nothing again here today. What does he do? Tell me what he does. Good shot from Tell. That'll give him some confidence. Keeper should have saved it. Did. And then it just fell to, you got to, a striker of that money and plays for England apparently. You've got to put that away. Got to put that away. Come on. Here's Robinson. Loses the ball. Really well done there. And a free kick given away. And Spurs have now made this a more even contest. The first half was not even at all. Spurs have made this an even contest. By the way, yeah, I keep seeing people talk about Chris Wood for England. Chris Wood is from New Zealand. Hasn't he played like 60, 70 caps or whatever it is, maybe even more for New Zealand? Anyway, here's Willian into Sanderberg. Beats the press, gives it to Pereira. Spurs need to get bodies back here. We have done. Here's Traore. And it's going to be a corner kick. Adogi got the touch on it. So 20 minutes to go. I can't wait for this really, really boring game of football to be over, if I'm honest. Tom Kearney is going to come on. I don't think he pulls up trees wherever he plays. He looks like a very young player that for me gets a lot of praise, and I don't know for what. I just think give him a couple of years to develop. But the overhyping of these youngsters is just embarrassing. There's a ball by Anderson out wide, played down the line for Traore, and cleared by Adogi for a throw to Fulham on the right-hand side. Listen, I'm not saying Solanke's crap. I just don't see him as this superb centre forward that so many do. I just watch him and go, nah, you're all right. But so now the ball's played down to Calvin Bassey. He goes out wide. The ball's flicked down the line, and it's going to go into Traore, but it's actually flicked up and off for a Fulham throw. Still 1-0 to Arsenal in the other game, by the way. Still Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0. Lively over there. Yeah, this has not been a game that we'll want to watch over and over again. We've got to get a win here. Otherwise, it's then going to be this will then be 3 Premier League games in a row without a win. Again, here is Willian. Willian thought he was brought down by Jed Spence. The ref says no. The Fulham fans are going mad. And it's going to be Tell plays a dangerous ball into Bentancur. But to be fair, Bentancur recovered that. And it's now with Ben Davies at centre half. Into Bentancur. Bergvall back to Bentancur. We just stopped playing again now, haven't we? It's all got a bit slow again. It seems that no one wants to lose this game rather than teams wanting to win it. There's the ball over the top. Anderson's going to clear that. And then the ball's played into Leno. Leno has an absolute mare, to be honest. Leno's had a mare there, and it's got out for a throw into Spurs. But Leno tried to control it, bouncing around all over the shop. Then the ball comes down. Sonny lays it off to Maddison. He gives it to Spence. I just don't think we're drilled, are we? I just don't think we're drilled. I agree. I don't think there's a style of play. It feels like anything good seems to be just individual moments rather than team play. As the ball goes out for a throw-in to Fulham. Look, that's why I don't understand. Nowadays in football, man, nowadays it's everyone's got to be amazing or shit. I just think he's okay. He's a decent player. He's decent. I think he'll grab you. I said at the beginning of the season, I said I think about 13 or 14 Premier League goals. I said I thought he'd get. He's got what, 7? I think he's decent. I just don't know why everyone goes in raptures about this guy who's had one good year in his career. There's Bassi, plays the ball back to Leno. Leno now goes out wide to Robinson. We've done much better in this second half at closing down them, playing it out from the back. The press has been much better. But just as a team, I just can't really see any structure to what we do. Here's Adama Traore driving through our midfield, then driving through the right-hand side. He's won the ball back again, luckily. He's taken on Bergvall, and then the ball is won back by Bentancur. Bentancur did well there to get back. And then Spurs lose the ball, and Fulham can come again. We give it away. There's a cross in. Muniz nearly gets on the end of it, but good goalkeeping by Vicario. Here's Willian. Willian's bent it just wide, and I tell you what, Spurs, again, giving the ball away by trying to play too bloody gung-ho, too quick. We gave the ball away. Fulham come down the other end. The cross from Pereira, Vicario's Superman punched it away. And then Willian takes a shot, bends it just round the post. Let's see how close it was from this angle. It wasn't a million miles away, but Spurs, we've just got, we just give it away for fun. It's like they're paid to give the football away. Like that. Look at that from Son. Oh my gosh. Just giving the ball away. All he had to do was control it. Giving the ball away. And now Robinson into Bassi. Given away again. Sonny drives me crazy. Now the ball to Willian. Willian's tackled by Spence, but Tom Kearney can clear it up. And here's Calvin Bassi. He goes back to Leno. Leno's going to play this ball long down the field into the path of Muniz, who wins the header easily. And now here's Adama Traore. Fulham are on the attack. The ball goes into Muniz, and good defending from Jed Spence to get back and help out. Spurs again. Oh my God. And Odegaard has given the ball away. Here's Willian into Robinson, crosses it. The ball's knocked down. Here's Traore, plays it back in. There's the shot from Muniz, and it's 1-0 Fulham. 1-0 Fulham. Spurs are 1-0 down. 1-0 down. Oh my gosh. Sack this manager. Please, 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 please sack this crap manager. Get out our football club. Again, giving the ball away so sloppily. We've got no one that puts their foot on it and says, calm down. No one. We gave the ball away, and it was Odegaard who gave the ball away. They came down the left. We never dealt with it. And Tottenham Hotspur have just done what we always do. Odegaard gave the ball away. Willian played the ball into Robinson. Guys, please stop telling me that I'm miles behind. I know I'm miles behind. I know I am. Please stop telling me. I truly know I am. I truly know I am. Sorry, are we blaming Maddison? Madders all over the show for that goal. What did Maddison do? See, this is where you're silly, man. But when you say it's just opinions, you've just shown that's not an opinion. That's so silly. What did Maddison do for that goal wrong? So Fulham 1-0 up. As it stands, Fulham are up to 8 from 45 points. Tottenham are 10 points off the top half of the table. 10 points off the top half of the table. And if we lose this, this will be 15 defeats in 29 games. $15 in 29. We are 10 minutes away from 15 defeats in 29 games. Yeah, no, he's just trying to make a point, mate, because I said his comment earlier was really poor. AJ, big up. It says we have 2 games to beat Frankfurt. Both of them are without this manager. If he was a horse, he'd have been put down a long time ago. AJ, big up for the super chat. Mate, this manager does not deserve to be here for those games. It is atrocious. We are 10 minutes away from 15 defeats in 29 games as Vicario punches the ball clear. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Please, can someone get rid of it? Please, someone get rid of this manager. Daniel Levy, please go back to being Levy. I don't like Daniel Levy, but please, I said if he sacks this manager before the end of the season, I won't say Levy out for a year. I've said it. I will not say Levy out for a year. Sure. Yeah, just listen, we've still got time for a goal, but it's just so I've just never seen such a shit Spurs team. I've never seen such a shit Spurs team as this. So what have Spurs got? We've got 8.5 minutes to find a goal here. And yes, I know I'm behind, people. I know I'm behind, but this was the best. I got a feed that was better timing-wise, but it kept cutting out. Right, what can Adogi do? He's on the left-hand side. He's running into the box, pulls it across. Here's Sonny. Can he squeeze a shot? It was blocked very easily. Oh, for sure. We all know what this manager's... And what are these stupid YouTubers that like him? What are they going to say? What are these stupid opinions going to be today? Oh, well, it doesn't matter because we only care about Europe, even though we're not playing in Europe for nearly a month. Can anyone tell me what date are we playing Frankfurt? I'll tell you what, lazy me, I can do it. Spurs v Frankfurt first leg. The 10th of April. How many days until the 10th of April? We don't play in Europe for 25 days. 25 days. By the way, it's still see, look, this is where our fans get so stupid. Look at this. The guy we left out after playing really well the other day, he's been on the pitch about 10 minutes. Big up to Maz. Very, very generous of you, sir. I said 400 million off spent, and we can't beat a mid-table side. But Maz, it's the injuries. Everyone told me it was the injuries. When everyone's back, we're going to look really good and play Ange ball again. Big up to you, my man. Very, very generous of you. Really appreciate that. And a big up to all of you. As Spurs mess about with the ball again in our box. Thank you, Maz. Really appreciate that. So Spurs now driving forward. What have we got? Adogi, keep going. Keep going. Why have you stopped? Keep going. Why has he stopped there? Adogi had all the grass in the world to run into and stops. Oh my God, why did he stop? Here's Odegaard. Now to Bentancur, to Maddison. It's just too congested in there. Here's Bergval. Again, Bergval, come on, done nothing for me, if I'm honest. I think he had that one good run when he first came on. So this is going to be 15 league defeats and 19 defeats of the season. Here's Bergval. Son, what can he do? Crosses the ball in. Cleared. It's gone back to Son. What have we got in the last 5 minutes to save this game? Son whips the ball in and it's cleared up and over for a goal kick to Fulham. 85 and a half gone. Probably a bit more time where you lot are. A user has said, yeah, F Ange ball. Absolutely, mate. It's beyond atrocious now. It's gone beyond atrocious. Surely Daniel Levy is looking at this and going, what are we doing? Bentancur has finally gone off for Dane Scarlett. Big up Ian JD, who said, I'm only joking on the neck. I know, mate. I know you. It's all good. There is nothing to be positive about. Please sack this manager. He does not coach this team. I completely agree with you. He is the worst manager I've ever seen at Tottenham. Now, maybe fans who have supported the club for a couple of years don't know our history, but this is embarrassing. Big up to you, Ian. I really appreciate that. This is a really, really, really embarrassing time to be a Tottenham fan. Big up Blaine, who said Ange apologists in this chat. What excuse are we picking today to pick up this performance? Injuries can't be it. You're putting on the players again, or will you actually agree for once? Isn't it funny, though? Where's Matt? Where's Reezy? Where's Cam Tinley? Where are they all? Here's Rodrigo Muniz. He's won the ball. He's right. He's driving at our centre halves. He's laid it off instead to Adama Traore, who's been a pain in the arse since he came on. Adama Traore lays it back into Castagne. Now Fulham are just keeping the ball. Nathan, remember, wait till we get our players back. Where's that excuse gone? Where are those people going to come back and tell me I was right, that it's nothing to do with the players? Hang on, they're in again here. Oh, we're 2-0 down. Oh, we're 2-0 down. And it's Ryan Sessegnon. How Spursy can we get? Ryan bloody Sessegnon. Ryan Sessegnon, Fulham 2. Sack this clown now. Sack this clown. It's utterly, utterly shit. Get out of our football club, you absolute muppet. You are not Spurs. You are a clown who should be in Scotland. You are a clown of a manager. He's got to go. This is disgusting again. Ryan bloody Sessegnon taking the piss. Absolutely shocking. Absolutely bloody shocking. Nearly 2 years to come up with shit like this. Please get out of my club. Please, please get out of our football club. Our football club, not yours, Ange. Please bugger off. Well, they won't be saying that now, soul boy, will they? Please leave this club. Yeah, we don't want to go back to the 90s, they said. We're currently worse than the 90s, aren't we, Maz? Very generous, mate. Thank you very much. Look at this. I mean, Sessignon absolutely outmuscled Ben Davis. That's embarrassing. What have we done to deserve this manager? What have we done to deserve this? Wait till the players come back. We play attacking football. Look at these brilliant youngsters. Archie Gray's going to be brilliant when he plays in midfield. Solanke's brilliant. What more do we have to see of this utter toilet? Sack him tonight. Hugh Grant. Hugh Grant is please. Reezy, just own it, man. Your manager has now lost 15 games in 29 Premier League attempts. 15 in 29. 15 in 29. It is atrocious. Let's have a look at the rest of the Premier League table. Who else has lost 15 games? Only the bottom four. West Ham have only lost 13. This atrocious Man United team have only lost 12. Only, but you know what I mean. The worst. The utter worst. The utter worst I've ever seen at this football club. Utter worst. 5 minutes of injury time. Oh, ref, put us out of our misery. By the way, there's 3.5 minutes left of injury time in the Arsenal game. They're still winning 1-0. As it stands, Tottenham on 34 points. Arsenal 58. Tottenham are 24 points behind Arsenal again. What a joke. We are 10 points off the top half of the table. And we are the only team with less points than Spurs are the bottom three. The bottom four are the only teams with less points. Spurs, West Ham, United and Everton are all on 34 points. Get out of my club, man. Get out. Yeah, Sim can get out as well. Tell him, I've asked Ben and Sim to come on loads. They never do. I don't know why Sim loves this manager. Europa are just unbelievable. Oh, it will be. This game means nothing. Oh, shocking. Oh. I can't believe, David, that he's not going to get the sack. I've never known anything as atrocious as this. Mate, absolutely. Bring in a new manager. Breathe some life into this team, ready for Europe. Breathe some life into them. Avi, it's the most Spurs thing ever. It is the most Spursy thing ever, isn't it? That Ryan Sessegnon. Hang on, they're away here. They're away here. Fulham into Pereira. Blocked. Good defending in the end from Udogie. And then given away by Spence, is it? Oh my gosh, what is going on? Oh, what is going on? Oh, Lisa, he's got to be sacked. He's got to go. This is just awful. Oh, yeah, sorry. 26 years. He's been here 26 years. Big up, Chloe. Oh, 15 league games. Let's see how many you lot have lost. Palace have lost 9. Palace have lost 9 league games. We've lost 15. Reezy, own it. It's the manager. They don't want to play for this manager. Why would they? Hang on. Fulham are away again here. Well, one back by Bergvall. It's just shocking. Who was that guy who said to me he was going to email me? Who said, oh, I see positive. The results are getting better. Oh, I'm less negative than you, Savva. I'm glass full. I'm half full. You're half empty. Oh, Lurs, stop. This is embarrassing. Mark, it's just I'm truly embarrassed that Ange Postecoglou is the manager of Tottenham Hotspur. Hang on, we've got a chance for can we get it in here? Son, he's laid it off. Solanke, shot, crap. Luz, go away or you're going to be blocked. You're being an idiot again. You're doing that thing again where you're being an idiot. Where's Matt? These players have been back for a while now. By the way, Arsenal have won 1-0. Arsenal have beaten Chelsea 1-0. So as it stands, Arsenal second in the table. Mate, Dan, it's dreadful, isn't it? I don't get it. I don't get it. Guys, can you let me know if is the game over? If it's over, I won't watch the last. I've got 30 seconds on my app. I've got 30 seconds on my app. Guys, I genuinely don't want to do the whole I told you so, but I'm going to bloody do it. I told you it was not the players being injured. I told everyone it wasn't the players being injured. They're back. They've been back for 3-4 games. The results are crap. The game is over. Thank God for that. Ange is an utter embarrassment. Let's see. He'll say, I can tell you right now, well, we weren't at it first half, mate. Second half, I thought we started well, mate. And then, we lost Romero and blah, blah, blah. We've got to. Second half, we started well, mate. And then, we lost. Dan, what did we do to deserve this manager? What did we do?
Oh, what did we do? We still got so many in the fan base making excuses for him. I mean, all of a sudden I see on other channels and other people saying, that's Ange Ball, we're on fire. Ange Ball is back when we go and do bloody AZ, for God's sake. And then we go and play against a mid-table Premier League team who should technically destroy AZ as well, considering they're about 9 leagues below than us. And we get absolutely cooked, basically. They dominated us in midfield. Our whole midfield looked terrible, from Bentancur, Basuma. Archie Gray looked shocking in midfield. I think he actually looked better in defence.
I agree.
Some people are going to say, why did I have to mention his name? Well, he was part of the midfield that was terrible. He lost the ball.
Agreed.
How many times? Basuma, Bentancur. I mean, how many times did we lose the ball within a 5-minute patch? I counted 9. And I know there was more than that because I looked the other way several times. Within a matter of 5 minutes, we lost the ball over 9 times. And that just about says it all. And people will still defend this manager and the tactics. I mean, and just to top it, Sessegnon banging that in at the end. Talk about rub salt in a wound.
Mate, absolutely. Hang on, let me remove this. Look, guys, I'm going to ask a question. I need to step away for 1 second. Look.
Oh, we would go.
Guys, this is now 15 league defeats. I'm laughing because it's funny at this stage, right? It's so bad, Dan, that it is funny. 15 league defeats, and I'm going to bring. Hang on, I'm going to find this as well. Tottenham league finishes, right? Tottenham league finishes. Let's have a look. So the last time, this is utterly crazy, by the way, right?
This is the only thing that's got me through it.
Huh?
This is the only thing that's got me through it.
Look, here we go. Mate. The last time we lost 15 games in a season was in 08-09 when we sacked Ramos and Redknapp had to save us, right? Mm-hmm. The last time we lost more than 15 was in 2004. We have gone 20 years backwards with this utter shit show of a manager.
Yeah.
I'll leave you
go back
for
to
1
teaching
minute.
Cricket. You should go back to teaching cricket. Enough said.
I mean, what else do you want to say on it, basically? Now that you've just gone and said all that, Savva, there's really not a lot that anyone can put to it. How anyone can defend this dickhead, I have not got a clue. I mean, his tactics are absolutely shocking. The players just don't look like they want to be there most of the time. And then we go and get beat a team like AZ and everyone's back on their feet and how great we were and everything.
I gave us way too much credit to say that we'd even score a goal today. I said we'd lose 2-1. Shit, didn't even really see us attack the goal that much.
So,
it's so embarrassing.
I missed most of the game, and I started watching on the 66th minute.
You didn't miss much.
And no, I didn't.
saved
Yeah,
yourself
it's
a bit.
exactly when I
You saved
tuned in,
yourself
it's
66 minutes of pain, mate. You saved yourself
That's
a
it.
lot of pain.
And when I tuned in, I thought, oh, okay, surprise, surprise, you know, it's 0-0. So I looked at the stats and hey ho. 400 million pound he spent, 400 million quid to rebuild the team, right? And we can't beat a mid-table Fulham, right? Now Fulham's having a decent season by their standards.
Well,
the
yeah,
fact
to
that
not
we
get
can't
relegated
beat-
for Fulham is their,
Exactly.
staying up. But
the fact that we've spent that sort of money, right? And Daniel Levy's sitting there thinking, if I look at my return of investment, what has that actually bought me? Well, it hasn't bought him a football team, has it? Or a manager that can, or a manager that can coach those players, or a backroom staff. I mean, where's the positive out of that whole squad? And it can't. It's not. I don't care what anyone says. It's not Bergvall and it's not Gray, right? Where is the positive out of that team? Where's our star player? Who's our star player?
can't
Well,
even pick him out.
Madison would probably say he's the best player and he don't usually get to play until half time or he don't get picked or he plays
Well,
for 60
there
minutes
you
and gets
go.
taken off.
You
You know what? This is bad, right? The last 3 or 4 weekends, this team has caused me to drink at least a bottle of this watching it. Bottle of bloody bourbon. It's the only way I can get 3 matches nowadays. And I never used to be like this.
It's shocking the way that he never learns from his mistakes. Like Ange he doesn't learn. I've got a bone to pick with you, Dan. You said he's really clever. I don't think he's clever, mate. I think he stumbles. He stumbles from one disaster to another. It's like playing the lotto. He luckily gets something right, and then everyone thinks, "Oh, maybe he's changed.
I've got my reasons.
Maybe
Matt.
he's learned something."
I've got my reasons, and I'll just leave it at that.
No, I know. Right, I'm only joking.
I know.
But it's. I'm just
It's
so.
painful.
I don't know why
I've never
result
seen
has
a
annoyed me
manager-
because I didn't think we were going to win. Right? Sorry,
Maz, I've
Thanks.
never seen a manager so tactically inept that I think a baked potato could do a better job. You know what I mean? I'd rather have a baked potato sitting there screaming at the lads, you know?
Maz, I don't understand what you don't get, mate. It's who we are, mate.
No, it's
What
true.
don't-
It's true.
what don't
I
you-
am the problem. I'm
What don't you
100%
get?
sure of
It's
it.
who we are,
Because,
mate.
You know,
You need to put more zing on it, James.
I don't
Who we
even know
are,
where to-
mate.
I don't even know where to start. Right, you've got Davies, who shouldn't be at the club anymore. Yeah, everyone's like, yeah, but he's a steady Eddie. Well, he shouldn't even be at the club. You've got a kid in defence, and he's relying on a kid, right, to be his central defender. That should never even be in that position. As a club, we shouldn't be putting an 18-year-old in a position of responsibility where he has to marshal the defence, right? You've got Spence, who was ostracised at the club, been brought back into the fold because Andrew's a shit manager and he needed to bring him in, right? And now Spence's levels are dropping as well. It's only a matter of time before for players that play really well under this manager then just start getting shit. Because this is what shit teams do to good players. They drag them down to their level, right? Shit teams, right, and shit players drag good players down to their level eventually.
Yeah.
Right. And really good players hit the eject button as soon as they realise that they shouldn't be there. But our players don't. Our players suck it up for years and years and years and years, stay at a club, right, until they become shit. And I'll give you a case in point. Romero, right? Why is he still at Spurs? If he was a good defender and you know, a defender that's won the World Cup, he should have hit the eject button after the first or second season and said, "Get me out of here." But they don't.
I reckon Maddison's going to do that at the end of the season. I can seriously see Maddison.
Well,
saying,
if he
"Get me out
doesn't,
of it."
if he
Ainge
doesn't,
don't
I'm gonna do a Savva. He deserves the Tottenham he's got. If he
No,
doesn't
I
hit the
agree.
eject
No,
button,
I agree.
You know?
He's
It's
probably
over
the
this
most
way.
gifted player we got, and we don't pick it. Okay, the player winds me up at times. I think he's a little bit of a bitch at times. He does get on my nerves sometimes, but he is blatantly our best gifted most footballer. He's pretty much our only out and out playmaker as such, and we don't even play him most of the time. Like he'll start 1 in 4 games, or he'll come on for 20 minutes, or he'll stay on the pitch for 50 minutes, or we need to get a goal, so we'll take him off. And if I was Maddison, I'd have already gone to the Levy or to the board or whatever and said, right, if this man ain't gone at the end of the season, here's my transfer request.
I was going to say that either Ange goes or Madders goes.
Yeah,
It's
I'll
simple,
tell you
isn't it?
something. I was at the start of the season. I wasn't too enamoured with Maddison, and Savva and I had a few back and forths in regards to him. But I'm actually pro Maddison now. You're mute.
Oh, he's muted.
I'm pro
I'm just
Maddison
going to
now.
clip this. I feel like there's an apology coming from Maz.
No, you won't get. I'm like Andrew, mate. You won't get an apology.
We're not that far.
right. I see something in Maddison, right, and this is what I see in him. I see a player that has a lot of ability, but gets so pissed off with the shit tactics, the shit players around him, the shit team, right, the shit coaching staff, that he's very emotional player, and he wears his heart on his sleeve. So as soon as something's not right, he's not right. And that's why he has bad performances, because he gets so frustrated with the way the team is playing. I'm going to say this: if he doesn't put in transfer requests at the end of the season, then he deserves the club that he's at. And I
agree.
Unless you got to caveat that to 2 weeks ago.
Can I just quickly do some super chats before they pile up, guys? Guys, I just want to say this: there's 1,450 of you in here, and 475 likes. Now, listen, I'm not great at maths, but that's bloody shit. Come on, we should have 1,000 likes with 1,400 people in here, and we're only 147 away now from 17,000. So please, for any of you that haven't subscribed, be kind. On the super chat front, a user has said, where are the channels who said Ange Ball is cooking? We are Tottenham TV, say things like that. If you go over there, send my love to Ben and Sim. I do like Ben and Sim, by the way. I just think it's funny how Sim will fight tooth and nail for this manager. Big up to you, a user. The next one is also from a user who said, more entertaining watching the Watchalong than the actual game. A big up, a user. Yes, the Watchalongs are always amazing. Look at this face. Who wouldn't want to watch this face instead of Ange Ball? Big up to you, my man. AJ's come in, another generous donation, and said if Ange had any professional integrity, he'd fall on his sword tonight. Do you know what? The reason that these managers don't do this, I've WhatsApped you. Can you have a look at your WhatsApp? Yes, down there. Sorry, just chatting to the wife mid super chat. Sorry. Can you look at your WhatsApp? Hang on, see what happens.
The cable again.
See what happens. Yeah, look at your WhatsApp. If Ange had it, yes. The problem is, AJ, managers aren't going to leave jobs where they're paid $5 million a year when they've got years left on that contract because they want the payout. So if Levy had any professional integrity, Levy will pull the plug tonight. Big up to you, AJ. Ian JD, big up to you. Very generous. Said, give Glasner 400 million and we challenge for the top 4. Mate, I think we challenge for the top 4 if we didn't give Glasner 400 million. That's the difference. There's no way we should be where we are at all. Big up to you. Thank you, Ian. I appreciate that. Oh, I can see a puppy coming in my peripheral vision. Christopher Scorpion Nyland. That's a brilliant name. I love your name, if that is your real name. That is amazing. I said, sack him now and save the Europa League. We're going to talk about this in a minute. Big up to you, Krista. That's amazing.
Do you think he goes around saying his full name every time he meets someone?
Yeah.
Hi, my name is.
Yeah, I love that. It's a great name. Mark said, apart from Southampton, will we win another game this season? We're going to talk about this as well, Mark. I genuinely don't see where points are coming from. So listen, thank you very much for that. We will talk about it. D&B Forever chucking in He always wants a show, always get the cheeky super sticker from D&B. Thank you very much, my man. Hope you're well. And then Blaine, who's always very generous, has said, this era will be remembered for the egotistical inability to change. I love that sentence. Instead of ranting for his supper and selling snake oil as a project, I'd rather watch lawn bowls than watch this clown again. Thank you so much, Blaine. Let's start there, guys. Are we at the stage where this is just purely all about Ange's ego and his lack of ability to coach a team?
Yep.
Or
Absolutely.
is it that he won't change, or is it that he can't change? Because this is awful.
Well,
Ego's
I
got in the way of
I was going to sort of say with what Maz said, where he said that Spence come in and even Spence's forms dropped. For me, it's not Spence's forms has dropped. Spence come in as a left back and Porro was playing right back. And I personally believe that Spence playing left back is probably the only position playing in the correct position that Ange has, the only player playing in the right position under Ange's system, i.e. a left back cutting inside onto his stronger right foot. Now what he's done is he's dropped Porro and moved Spence back over to right back. And now when he cuts inside, he's now on his weaker foot. So for me, if that makes sense,
It does, James.
the one thing that he fell on,
his strong foot, basically.
the one mistake that he had to make due to injury was the one good thing he's done at the club.
But
now
James,
everyone's fit. He's removed that one good thing and put him on the weaker side.
No, I disagree. Spence was playing just as good on the right as he was on the left. When we put him on the left, which isn't his main position as such, he's played just as good either side. But when your team starts playing that crap round you and the tactics of that shit, you can only stand out for so long. You can only be good for so long. You can only carry for so long. And then, like Maz said, it then comes down on you, same as everything else. And you end up just looking as poor as the rest of the team, basically.
Yeah.
I agree with that. You said, like,
no players immune
to have
from
it
it
on the right foot. No, they're not. But he's played just as good on the right as he has on the left. When he's played, this is why people have bigged him up so much.
But I disagree with that. I think he's played better on the left, and the reason being, I'd say his best two games were Coventry, where he was on the left.
But it's immaterial, James, and look, you make a good point, and I do agree with it, right? But it's immaterial because we're picking a player out of a team that's dog awful. You know, we're
dog awful under a manager that can't do it right.
It's like, you know, we're picking one player that's playing at a good level, right? If all the team was playing well, then he wouldn't stand out. But because everyone's playing so bad, he stands out, and that's the problem that I see with all the players.
When a player has a good couple of games, he stands out, doesn't he? Oh, he's done all right, like Spence says. I agree with what you said, James, in the aspect of his two best games have been on the left. But when he's been on the right, there hasn't been no problems with him. No,
I'm not saying. No, I wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying that he's been bad on the right. I'm just saying
that's what I mean. He's been just as good either side, basically. But his best two games were on the left. I'll go with that.
But more to the point that I was saying is the one thing that Andrew was forced into was playing Spence left back, and it worked. The moment he's got all his players back, he's moved him from left back to right back, and it hasn't worked. So even when he was trying to work his tactical system or whatever he's doing, the moment he puts players in position, they never work, or in his position, they never work. The only few players that have kind of maybe hold their head high is maybe Archie Gray playing at centre back when he's meant to be a midfielder, and Spence playing left back when he's meant to be a right back. They're probably the only two praises I have. I was told Tell's a left wing, Tell's awful. Tell's a striker, he's awful. Son's a left wing, he's been awful. Son's a striker, he's been awful. Brennan Johnson's been awful. So all the excuses that people have got for playing players out of position. You know, Bentancur's not a 6. Well, he's played 8 a lot of times now. He's played slightly ahead of the number 8 a lot of times now. How many more excuses? I feel like the one thing Ange has done is probably contradict himself in playing all these players in all different positions, and no matter where they play, they're always crap. Always crap.
The thing that
you gotta look at like the players playing out of position. It's just awful, isn't it? Every
James,
best games. We haven't
good
played
players.
System, have we? Yeah, just quick one, Maz. Just quick point I want to put here. Yeah, I questioned, along with a lot of people on here and on the side, and that when we got the games right, and all of a sudden didn't invert, playing counter attack, was that Ange learning? No. what that was the other team literally making us play like that. Because a way a certain team plays against you can actually make you play a certain type of football.
You know,
That's
you
what
know
he's
what?
done. He can't change.
Yeah, I agree.
He's not going to change his way.
No.
Because if someone with half who could do it would have seen in about 5 games that we played actually good and played our best, it has not been the way he plays football. But it's funny how every time we go and do that sort of game, straight away we go back to his other tactics.
You know what I also think as
well?
I think those games where we've played well, and I've said this before, it's not that we've played well; it's that we've just taken our opportunities, and it's made us look good. Right?
That's what I was going to say. I feel like our bigger players our bigger players have stepped up in the big moments against the bigger teams. Not we've actually played well, because the Villa, we got battered the first half and we actually put away our chances in the second half. Same against City. I felt like City had all of the ball. We took out. So I wouldn't even go. I celebrate the 4-0 win against City because it's still a good result. But at the same time, I didn't sit back and go, God, that's the best performance I've seen us have in years. It wasn't. It was one of those just like we took all our chances and they never.
Yeah, we also managed to play him off the park as well in that match. Whereas I've not seen that all season long. We haven't.
Well, we're not a possession-based side anymore. Full stop.
Yeah, no, but I was going to say we haven't defended solidly in nearly 18 months, and we can only put that down to one guy that's come in and managed us.
And when we do have high possession stats, it's not because we're dominating the midfield and up front. It's because we're just passing it around the back about 400 times.
Pass it back to Vicario to Romero to Van der Ven. Yeah.
The thing is, what really baffles me, and we're hearing obviously murmurings that Levy's going to sack what's his name, Lange, etc., because of how bad things have gone. Hold on a minute. So if he's going to do that, then that's an admission that all the players he's bought are shit. So why did he sign them off, right? And I mean, figure this out. Why bring in Tell? How much is Tell on? Is it 100 grand a week?
105, something like that.
You're on mute.
You're muted.
About 85 grand a week, I think. Tells on.
Is that,
if I'm not wrong?
Why bring in Tell, right, on 85 grand a week when he's useless, right? That's a big gamble to take. That's a lot of money to spend on a loan player where you've got no guarantees that he's going to be any good just because he's played that Bayern
Munich. Yeah.
Mads, can I just make a point, right? First of all, thank you for everyone for the likes and the super chats. Please do keep subscribing and liking, and subscribe to everyone else on the show. So subscribe to the Hotspur Hood and subscribe to Tottenham Away as well. Guys, do you know, at first it was it's the suicidal football, that the tactics aren't working. And then it was, it's only suicidal because we play really attacking football. Now, guys, we're not doing anything. Like we're not a counter-attacking team. We're not a suicidal team. We're not a well-drilled defensive team. We don't keep possession. I'm not really sure what I'm looking at. And it almost feels like it's getting worse from an identity point of view since the players have come back. All we heard was...
But this happened last season, Savva.
Players come back,
at least when we had the players injured, we actually looked like
Savva,
we were fighting for something, you know?
But this is why
we've been... Come back.
Sorry to interrupt you. Sorry, apologies. I don't know if I'm out. I was just
going to say, I think I'm out of sync as well.
I was going to say, and this is why, Savva, that the people that have been on Ange's back, even from last season, we identified it then. At the last 10 games of last season or more, when all the players came back from the injuries, because it's the same cycle, we played worse.
Yeah.
And then you've been citing that, certainly. We've been citing that as well on Tottenham Away. The evidence is there to show that he doesn't know what he's doing. And it's not the players that are causing this bad run of form.
Hand up.
As in, it is the players, but it's one
it's
of
not
the main.
It wasn't personnel.
Yeah, it's not the injuries. That's correct. That's what I meant. Yeah.
I do think a lot of our goals have come down to, and a lot of the problems have come down to individual mistakes. I do agree with that side, yeah. But if you actually look at it, I'd say the majority of the individual mistakes have been because of how the player has been told to play. So where they're playing under that much more pressure, passing it out from the back, like the goalkeeper or a defender or whatever else, or losing the ball in a certain situation that you shouldn't even be in, you're going to see more individual mistakes. And again, it goes with the individual mistakes, yes, but then it adds up. Why was the individual mistake made? Why was the player even attempting to do that? Why is the player even in that bloody position, losing the ball at number 10 when he's left back or right back? And it all comes back to the system again. It's Angie's tactics.
You've got to add to that, like with coming from the playing out from the back, you have to have a goalkeeper that's good with his feet. Vicario, fantastic in goal, but with his feet, he's fucking terrible. He's an old-fashioned goalkeeper. I'll say this now as an old-fashioned goalkeeper myself. He wants to put the ball out of the danger and put it upfield. He doesn't want to pass a 5-yard ball when there's three strikers standing in front of him on his defender. He doesn't want to do that. He wants to put the ball up the field. He's been told to play out the back, and he hasn't got the feet for it. It's just fucking shocking to watch. Every week, it's the same shit. This guy's come in. I said on your show 18 months ago, Savva, I'm not happy with this manager. I don't want this manager, and he's going to prove me right at the end of it. And so far, he's proving me right again. 18 months, I've been saying my same shit.
But he wasn't that sort of goalkeeper in Serie A. He never just lumped the ball forward in Serie A.
No, but he would always have that better pass to pass to, whereas us, it's not there to be passed to. Our defenders,
so that's a different thing, though. But that's a different thing. You've then slated, or not slated, you're then picking holes in Vicario, and then now you're saying, but he's got no one to pass to. So what is Vicario got to do different?
His feet. He shoot. Listen, fantastic.
No, I disagree. I disagree. And the reason I disagree is because if there's never an option for him to pass to, he has to look for the impossible pass to play. And by that I mean, if you go back and look at him in Serie A, he was never this bad with his feet. I've watched him time and time again. Who did he make a mistake against last week where he cut it back and nearly scored an own goal? Was it last week or the week before?
James, how many times did you watch him play in Serie A?
I watched him. One of my best friends is Italian, and when
but how
Donnarumma went to PSG, obviously we was all talking, saying like this guy's elite. He said, yeah, he is. And then like a few years ago, so I've only watched probably 3 years. He said, no, watch this guy. He's very, very good. And the way they play,
he's a special shot stopper.
James, in Serie A.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, well, we only played in Serie A for one
Serie B, yeah, wasn't it? It was Serie B.
We only played in Serie A for about 16 months. So
and then
you watched him in Serie A for 3 years, your mate's chatting shit.
No, he's watching the whole time. But I'm saying like the last 3 years before he joined, he was sort of like watch this.
I've had enough people come on and stick up for him and that, and I've actually kept it quiet. Yeah, he was brilliant in Serie A for 2 seasons. He didn't even do 2 seasons in Serie A. When he played in Serie A, he played sweeper keeper defensive style. We're trying to get him to play sweeper keeper attacking style. When you're playing defensive style sweeper keeper, you still come off your line. You still pass it out, but you don't take a risk on passing it out. When in doubt, you kick it out. Whereas when you're an attacking sweeper keeper, you're to pass it out all the time.
I don't think Vicario is a bad keeper.
No, he's not.
A good manager. If Jose was in charge, right? Jose wouldn't put Vicario in the situations that Andrew's putting him in to make him make the mistakes.
Of course.
And at one point, I can't remember if it was James or Dan that said it, but when you look at the individual mistakes under Jose, they were individual mistakes. It wasn't his tactics that were the problem. It was the individuals, the quality of the player. With Ange, it's the players and the tactics. It's both, which is why we look so bad under him.
But then you've got to take it down to like,
Sorry, I don't think Vicario. By the way, Vicario is not the problem. I'm purely because we're talking about Vicario.
Should be the captain.
The problem is Vicario's superb as a goalkeeper. I just don't think he's very good with his feet. And the way you can tell if someone's good with their feet is how they open their body up to pass a football. When he opens his body up to pass football, that's not someone who's comfortable with the ball at their feet. Now, I'm not blaming him. If you've got a goalkeeper that isn't good with their feet, don't play it out the back. It's really that simple. No. Like everyone now in the country, everyone seems to want to do this magical tip-tap, passing the ball out the back. Why? It causes more mistakes than it ever has in football. My biggest issue, as I'll always go back to this, my biggest issue is Ange. My biggest issue is this is nearly 2 years now of coaching. This is nearly 2 years now of being on the training pitch. And the performance we saw today, the first half against Alkmaar, the game against Bournemouth, let's be fair, which was bloody shit, and we were lucky to get away there, right? All of these performances that we're seeing this season, these are now not the anomaly. This is the norm. Now, when a team played shit, right? You know that old saying, people go, oh, the sign of a good team when you play bad but win. Yeah, that's the sign of a good team that are good most weeks. Then they still play shit and still win. The sign of a good team isn't playing shit every single week and winning a few games. That's my worry, guys. And that's why, if we look at this, right, if I show you this, this is utterly, utterly worrying, right? I've highlighted Spurs, as you can see there. Actually, that doesn't work, actually, if I highlight that. 1 second. Let me unhighlight that and make that a little bit bigger. This manager now has managed to get us, there you go. This manager now has got us to 15 defeats in 29 Premier League games. Now, forget Ange in, Ange out. No manager at a club the size of Tottenham, in my memory, has ever survived anything like this. Ever. When did you see a Newcastle manager survive this? A Villa manager.
Do you know what I would... I'd even add to that to make it even worse. I'd actually add to that, put a different spin on it, and make it sound even worse, in my opinion. We've played 29 games and only won 10. That's worse than the defeats. For an attacking manager and an attacking brand of football, in nearly 30 games to win 10 as an attacking manager, I could deal with 12, 15 defeats if it meant you won the other 15, or you won the other 18, or you won the other 17, whatever we want to say. But to win 10 just states to me that is the problem. And going back to like we were saying with Vicario and even Spence and Gray, for me, the biggest issue isn't the players, it's the positioning of the players. And that, for me, is all down to coaching. Over time, you'd say, right, we know, I'm just going to pick a name out. I'm just going to pick Man City out of here, or Barca. You know who is standing where at all times. So if Walker got it, you know he could cut inside because Roger would be there. You know he could go wide because he'd have Doku there. You know Doku can put a ball in because Haaland's there. You watch our positioning. You've got Dominic Solanke playing left back at times. You had Archie Gray when he was in the midfield at right back. And you're like, well, how are we ever meant to have any sort of like fluidity? It makes no sense. You look at it, looks like people have never played before, trying to follow instructions that no one even knows how to follow. So whether it's the player's fault or the manager's fault, the two don't work together. So even if it's not Ange's fault, we'll blame all 24-man squad. The 24-man squad can't get Ange's problems, so one of them has to go. For me, it's Ange all day long. You can't have one without the other, and they're clearly not playing well with each other or for each other.
It's easy to take someone like Ange that has won things in lesser leagues to be in the top club in these lesser leagues. You know, Celtic. You've got all the money there. You've got all the players, and you've got 11 runners up, man. One or two get relegated out of Scotland. I mean,
we could all go to Celtic and win that bloody league.
I could get my 5-year-old son to manage Celtic, and he's barely got the basics of the English language at the moment.
It's like with other things we see today, and people are going to say, why are you going to focus on this fella? It's not focusing, it's the whole midfield. But the name I will mention again is Gray. I think he actually looks better in defence than what I've seen him in midfield. I know that's like a lack of time I've seen him in midfield, but he's meant to be this superstar, elite young player that we've got, who when he finally plays in midfield, we're going to see the real sort of player he is. And I think he actually looked worse in midfield than he does as a right back or a centre back. Maybe that was just the game today. Maybe we'll see better of him if he plays in midfield. But if that's his natural position, it didn't bloody look like it. Because every time how many times did he lose the ball? How many times when he went to pass it, he was totally bent the wrong way to do it? And
I think about 7 times on one-handed first half.
To me, he didn't actually look stable in midfield. But then Basuma was terrible. I think Bentancur was worse than Gray and Basuma.
But Dan, what have I said to you for ages about what, you know what I just said there about Vicario's body position when he passes, his body shape?
Gray's half the same.
Watch Gray. Gray doesn't open his body up to pass the football, which means his passes. And so a coach I used to work with.
He's at the wrong angle to do it, basically. He gets himself in the wrong angle, doesn't he?
Like
The
Dan
coach
played
I-
in goal, right? I've played in
hang on,
goal. No,
a coach I used to work with at Charlton always used to say to the kids when he was coaching them, smooth it. That was his saying. He'd say, smooth it. He'd say, get it at your feet, make sure it gets to its destination. When you watch Archie Gray play, I've said this to you guys for ages. This isn't about him in midfield. I've said this for ages. I've heard all these people waxing lyrical. He's not a good passer of the football. And I had Stella and Lubo on my charity stream. They were saying, oh, but if you look at the stats and watch him, just watch him, he's not comfortable. He's not comfortable on the ball. A lot of his passes are kind of sideways 5 yards where he's just looking to, and I don't know if it's confidence or what, but he's looking to lay it off to somebody else rather than actually, you know what, I'm going to make a definite pass. But guys,
it's a big old gamble.
Gray.
Yeah, I'm not blaming Gray, but it's just a big gamble. A good manager wouldn't accept Gray for the amount of money we spent. He'll be like, he looks an excellent young prospect. There's
20 million at best, not 40.
But I'll give you, yeah, exactly. I'll give you 10 million. I'll give you 15 million. That you can stomach it, which is why I think Bergvall gets a lot of grace, right, and not as much criticism because he's cheap, right? And you can allow the boy to express himself and mess up and whatever. And you think, you know
what I want to say is between Gray and Bergvall is Gray and Bergvall's levels are very different. Bergvall's are slightly higher than Gray's because Bergvall had a.
Well, I would argue that Bergvall makes more catastrophic mistakes.
They both do. They're both young kids.
So much stick. The reason that them two are going to get stick and followed, I'll call it out on here blatantly, and I'm debating with it, is because of supporters like Ian, Lubo. Simple as that. That is why them two are going to get watched and get cooked for it. Why?
But I think they get it done because
they shouldn't be.
Let me finish. It's all opinion at the end of the day. But when you get supporters come on the minute we buy a young player saying he's going to be generational, he's our super new talent, he's our super this, he's going to be excellent at this, he was well worth every penny. Watch it when he plays in his position. He's going to absolutely cook it. Then you actually start watching the player more because I'm not saying he's the only one, but he's the main one out of our lot that do it. Then you see the other people who big it up so much on how he was worth every penny, this and that. So he then goes and plays a game like this, or Bergvall does, and you look at him and you see, I see a good player who's got potential there, but I don't see this super duper player that you're going on about that we've already bought. So them sort of players are going to get watched because of supporters like him saying how super duper they are and how excellent they are and everything.
And then you can take under this manager as well, mate. This manager is not giving these young players the best time to shine, really, is he?
But I disagree with that. Completely disagree with that, Corey. That makes no sense. How has he not given them the best chance to shine? Bergvall has played in the exact position he wanted continuously making exactly the same mistake after mistake after mistake. What I would say to people is that people that call these players generational, elite kids, world class,
generational. Yeah, I'll agree with you. They're not generational, mate.
Do me a favour and go and watch PSG. Go and watch Barcelona. Go and watch Real Madrid. There you will see the generational talent coming through.
I'll just pick a name out
and the proper talent coming through.
Name,
these kids that ain't got a
name off the top of my head when you say PSG, even though he's not there, I don't think anymore, is Savvy Sims. That kid is a generational Dutch midfielder.
But here's the difference.
That kid is good.
Here's the difference. Those young kids in the various teams around Europe and in the Premier League that get their chances, they get in their chances because of merit, of how good they are. Mm-hmm. Our kids are getting into the team because all of our other players are so bad, right? And that's not fair on the kids because what they should have, right? As a crude example, Lancashire should have Kane there to teach him the ropes, right? He's not there. Son is not where at the level he should be to even teach Lancashire anything.
You talked about
Solanke doesn't look like he's a player that's going to teach Lancashire anything. Bergvall, who's he going to learn off? Let's be honest.
But then if let's throw a name in there, right? Madison. But if we go back a little bit,
mature enough, I don't think to.
I know Madders isn't, but if we go back a little bit further, I know Eric Dyer wasn't this amazing player, but there was a point when Man United come with a £50 million bid for when Dyer was on his form, on his game. That guy came in and he was actually really good.
Who's scrunching paper or something?
That was probably me. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. No,
I thought he's rolling a zoot.
He's rolling a cig,
hang
on.
Yeah, but surely the thing is here. Listen, I agree with this. Big up to my man Cole. I agree, and to an extent, they have been thrown under the bus by the club. because instead of them coming in as young kids, they've come in as main transfers. And this is the problem. But what we do, Carl, I say we, the Spurs fan base, not all of us, is all summer and all year, it's, but these are special youngsters. Look how great they are. So Bergvall for me, I've said the same thing about Bergvall all the time he's been here. Talented kid, no doubt. But tries too hard, like most youngsters do, gives the ball away because he tries too hard. But yet you get off at the end of the game and you get people going, he was brilliant. I mean, I had the row last week with Ellie, didn't I, in the chat when Ellie and Lubo, when they were saying, oh, he runs around, he was running around everywhere, he was tackling. Great. But for me, I could go and play for Tottenham and run around and tackle. For me, I want to know, as a footballer, as a midfielder, are you dictating the game? And Bergvall's a good talent, but every time he gets the ball, he tries to drive forward with it. Nothing wrong with that. The problem is, a lot of the time, he's caught on it because he wants too long. Now, that is a mixture of the manager and the player. But for me, Bergvall shouldn't be starting games for Tottenham Hotspur. Bergvall's not that good that you turn around and go, you should be starting week in, week out for Tottenham Hotspur. And our fan base seems to have forgotten that we are Tottenham Hotspur. Yes, we're not Man U. We're not Man City. We're not Chelsea or Liverpool or Arsenal. But we're also not like the teams we're being talked about. We're talking about our own club. We're talking about our own club, people are, like we are a bottom half team regularly. It's, the league's done. The league's, if I hear one more fan, don't worry about the league. What do you mean don't worry about the league? They're paid to worry about the league. This is their job. This is the manager's job.
Games like this, definitely. I mean, I still stick by mine. The season's done. But again, if there was 4 games to go until the Europa one, I'd have got why he did this. But there's not. We've got like a 20-goal gap. And why are we relying on 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds to do the job of an adult, basically? This is why I never agreed with us paying 40 million for Archie Gray. And I think today showed a little bit why. We could have definitely done with a player in midfield who could control a midfield. Because the others
can't blame Biss for that.
And then the other point of it is, look at the second that we got Tell. I saw a lot of regular people who also speak high of all the other younger people. Look who we just got. We just got Tell, another generational player. We just got him off Bayern Munich. And you're like, we just went and signed another 19-year-old who ain't getting games at Bayern Munich for a bloody reason. And all of a sudden, he's generational, and we've just got ourselves a deal of a century because we got a 40 million offer on him as well, like if we buy him or whatever. And that is half the problem. When you
I'm going to say something on that comment that come about Bissouma, right? Bissouma is not a bad player. He has drastically played out of his position. His position is taking it from the defensive midfielder and driving up the pitch with it, passing it to a player like Maddison for Maddison to make the magic. When you've got a fucking clueless idiot like Ange saying this is Bissouma's fault, it just goes to show that this guy's as much as a cricket manager, let alone a football manager.
I think that things have got so bad now that it's very difficult to really gauge who's good and who's not in our team. Everyone's just bad.
Okay, that's a point, right? And I live in Brighton, right? I've been seeing Bissouma enough when he was at Brighton because obviously getting free tickets from my aunt. Bissouma's main game was picking a ball up for Sasado or whoever played DM at Brighton at that time, because he was at Brighton for a fair few years before he got his move. His game was turning on a half shoulder under press and driving up the pitch, finding the attacking midfielder, whoever. You had Gross, you've had so many attacking midfielders for Brighton. I could list so many players for Brighton that played attacking midfield that Bissouma would drive 20 yards, pass it to Gross. Gross would drive 10 yards, find a winger, or find a striker. You're playing Bissouma out of his strength and asking him to run back and tackle. That's not his game.
No, but you can't. I'm sorry. Any other player, I'd maybe understand. But Jose has called him out. Conte's called him out now. He's flopping at Ange. How many more chances are we going to give a guy to do this?
Then I'll argue your question. He has not played for Spurs since he's been playing for us. He's played about 5 times to his style. This is what I keep saying. Yeah. Some players are more naturally gifted than others. Like, look at Spence, he can do left, he can do right, and he also looks stable enough if you put him in the middle for a game or two. This is not Bissouma's style of play. He ain't got the football mentality to play 3 or 4 different ways. He plays his way. Doesn't make him a bad player. It just means a less.
No, I'm not saying he's a bad player.
I think you two are thinking about it the wrong way.
When he played,
and he didn't play for Jose, by the way. He didn't play for Jose.
No, exactly. That's my point.
When he played for Brighton, he never played defensive midfielder.
Oh, right,
he always got the ball halfway, basically, or maybe dropped just a little bit, had the ball given to him by the DM, and then he'd charge forward and then put the short ball or the direct ball over to whoever was playing playmaker.
The ball from Basuma literally come from Lewis Dunk, before Brighton had Van Hinkel, whoever played it back with him. The ball would go to like Sasado. Sasado would find a 5 to 10 yard pass, slow it down, pass it to Basuma. Basuma would run from that half circle from before the halfway line in Brighton's own half, run past the halfway line, find a player like Gross, like McAllister, to play that, because he's not exactly a player of the pass of the ball to find the attacking movement. He was there to solidify between defence and midfield, to pass it off to the guy that was more talented to play the
box
ball.
to box. It's just he never made.
Look, in the same way, in the same way, right? In the same way that we say that if you spend a certain amount of money, that players have to perform, right? When we buy a player in for Spurs, we should say, right, this player has got 3 years to prove his worth at the club, regardless of the scenario, regardless of the circumstance, right? If he doesn't do it within 3 years, cut your losses, move him on, because that's what big clubs do. We shouldn't be still talking about Basuma, because what we do is we buy a player, let them hang around the club for like 6, 7, 8 years, right? And we're always hoping that the next manager or the next season they're going to do something. You won't ever have a successful football club if you don't give them a window of opportunity. And once that window of opportunity goes, then good clubs will be like, right, you've had the opportunity, son. Laters.
That's
with that though. With that, man,
would sit there and say, well, that's not his style of play. So
but okay, let me counteract that bit then.
So with that,
no, but
if you're saying Dan, you're right on what you're saying. He's been given 3 years, but he's only played about 5 games for us to his style of play. Not everyone is gifted like other players.
No, but Dan, that's why I said, Dan, regardless of the circumstance, regardless of whether he's played 5 games or 1 game, or regardless of whether he's been injured, regardless of the manager that's come in that's not played them right, the club should make a decision that if a player doesn't hit the ground running within a certain window of time, right, all things considered, they should move them on. We're in a scenario now with Basuma whereby he's been through several managers. He's been at the club now for, is it 3 or 4 seasons?
3 seasons now.
3 seasons. He's not doing it. So as a club, we should be thinking, right, rather than keep him for the next couple of years, let's get rid of him while he's still young, right? And bring someone else in for the right manager. Although we never get the right
example
manager.
Then, Maz, everybody on here agreed with me. Everybody agreed with me when I sat here and said it comes down to a lot of individual mistakes, but a high reason those individual mistakes are made because the player is being told to play the wrong way around his system. Correct?
Yep.
And that's exactly what's happening with Basuma. So we now coming hands down on Basuma. Yes, he's been poor for us, but if he's not being played the same way, where have we actually seen Basuma's worst mistakes?
I've just literally told you how Basuma played at Brighton.
I know, Corey. I said it all on a show recently. Yeah. And if he is not a defensive player, and when has he actually made his worst mistakes? It's when he's come in for a stupid defensive tackle that he shouldn't be making, or he's losing the ball in defensive midfield, or he's going over to cover the left because there's no one there, or over to cover the right, or he's almost coming back as a DM. So that's down to the tactics as well, not just the player. Because everybody agrees.
Bro, you're missing my point. I'm not talking about tactics and how players play
but it is tactics.
It's not. For me, it's not.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not referring to that. I'm just talking about a strategy from the club for dealing with players that get given opportunities. Right? We don't have a strategy. So
but if they're not playing,
you can apply this. I'm applying the same thing, but I'm applying the same thing to all the players. So like Bentancur, he's had his chance to shine.
Then
he's
we need
failed.
to get rid of Porro.
Can I mix it up?
Yeah.
Can I mix it?
Agree.
Can I just add one thing to it? Can I just add one thing to it? Because I was waiting to add something to it. Can I just add one thing to it? Because obviously I know we're focusing on the points about him making mistakes or vice versa. I agree. His overall play shouldn't be at the level we expect him to be if he was playing in his correct position. But for me, regardless, he's been on that pitch more than 25 games, 30 games since he's been for us. Yeah, I think he's done more than that.
Yeah.
I would have at least seen moments where I've gone, oh, you know what? Yeah, he's turned there, he's beat his man there, and he's just played the ball. He's done really well there. For me personally, he's had more than enough opportunities to do that, i.e. the Arsenal game. The defender laid him the ball. He ran past him, took 3, 4, 5 touches, lost the ball, we conceded. So for me, I'm not basing him on how many mistakes and out of position he is. That's not how I'm basing him. And it's the same with Bentancur.
Average receival rate.
It's not the same as like I'm not criticising.
One of you. When 3 of you go at once, I can't hear a word. Sorry, I can't.
You're right.
So it's not me criticising him for his mistakes. It's actually me criticising him for how many times I've actually seen him do the right thing. How many times have I actually seen him turn and make the right pass? When has he sort of dropped his shoulder and beat his man and drive 10 yards like everyone is saying?
Okay,
I haven't seen that. So based on what theory can I say he's just playing in the wrong system? Because for me, and the way I'd caveat it, let me finish my point first of all.
Sorry.
I think Brennan Johnson is a shocking footballer. Shocking.
Oh, yeah.
But I hold my hands up and I say, you know what? Regardless of how bad you are, I've still seen moments. You've still got 12 goals. Fair play. Playing in the wrong system and a terrible footballer. Basuma is right. He's playing in the wrong system. I should still be seeing something. I'm seeing nothing.
What he's doing when he's completely different player.
Hang on, you say that right? Hang on.
You can say that about the whole team then.
Exactly, and I do, which is why I agree with Maz's point.
So then the whole team has to go then because they can't adapt to Angie's system.
Right.
No, this is what I said at the beginning.
No, you've contradicted it.
No. This is what I'm saying though. But I would have seen good moments, and I've seen no good moments. I said at the beginning.
But that's not true. You haven't seen. See, the thing is, like in that first half today, there were a number of occasions where Fulham got through, and Basuma was the one that got back with the last-ditch tackle or the last-ditch block. But we don't acknowledge that. We don't ever see those moments that Basuma does. Hang on.
I was just basing my argument on what they said about he turns and plays that for 10-yard ball. I think he's more of a CDM. That's.
He's never been a CDM. James.
Never.
Hang on. He's never been a CDM. This is the problem. Look, for me, I'll ask this question, right? Imagine Poch was our manager, right? How good would that feel right now? Right? Imagine Poch was our manager, right? With the double, God, I sound like a 12-year-old. With the double pivot that Poch played, like with Wanyama and Dembele, right? Where neither of them had one set job. They were brilliant together. One went, one stayed. Yeah, they both got back. Both. Now imagine Poch implemented that style with Basuma and a Dembele and a Wanyama. Now you've got a better Yves Basuma. I agree with Maz's point, though, that you do get to the stage where someone's been there so long that is it going to work? But if you stuck him in a 2 where there's actually a midfield structure and when we're not actually wide open and he's not being asked to be a central defensive midfielder because he is not a central defensive midfielder.
James. Never.
He would look a million times better. The problem we've got now at this club is Basuma gets all the shit. I've noticed. Bentancur's just as bad. Like no one
terrible after his injury.
Bentancur's been bloody awful for over a year now, right?
I agree. Yeah.
Right. Papa Sarr is worse than Basuma. Papa Sarr is worse than Basuma, right?
And Bentancur.
And the players that take the flack are always Maddison. And Basuma. It's always Maddison and Basuma who take the flack from the mid. Hang on. From the mid. Hang on. Let me finish. Hang on. From all of the players in that area, those two get the flack. Papa Sarr is one of the worst midfielders I've seen. He runs around. He's got a good engine. With the ball at his feet, he's not a footballer. Basuma is not a get the ball into his feet and let him link up. He is exactly what Corey said. He would get the ball, he beats that press, he turns, he drives, and he lays it off to someone who's better than he is with the football.
I've got to add to that, right, Savva, because Basuma's position literally was between the halfway line and sitting in that kind of midfield area between the defence, going up to the halfway line, passing off to McAllister. It was Sacedo's job. It was It was the defensive job at Brighton. It was literally who could win the ball at the back. Give it to Saicedo. Saicedo would drive 5-10 yards. Give it to Basuma, who was pretty press resistant. This is the reason why we brought Basuma, because his press resistant stats and being able to drive with that ball halfway line, 10 yards past. Pass it off to a player like McAllister, who is now at Liverpool. Look at where these players have gone. Saicedo, Chelsea. McAllister, Liverpool. McAllister's a World Cup winner. Romero, World Cup winner. Saicedo, Brighton went out and picked him up from the obscurities of nowhere for like 3 million and sold him for 110. Saicedo knows what he's doing. He is a defensive midfielder player.
But I don't understand what any of this has got to do with the point, to be honest.
But the point was, the ball would be won in that defensive third between the goal line and before the halfway line.
James,
with Brighton.
He's never been a central defensive midfielder bar a game or two. If you've seen him play there for more than 3 games, then I'll call you out that you haven't, because he never did it. Now, the way he plays, there's 2 styles of box to box. There's a deep line box to box, and there's a pressing forward box to box. You've got the deep line one that comes in deeper and gets the ball, but not quite to the DM. And then you've got the one who hangs about a bit further by the halfway line and charges with it.
Basuma.
He's the one who was always by the halfway line, maybe a little bit deeper. As soon as the ball winner or the DM got the ball, straight to him. He'd charge forward with the ball how far he could, and then he'd either knock it left, right, or forward to an easy pass. He is not being played to his style, and he gets grilled for it. Now, you were one sitting on here who agreed with me that most of the problems are out there, individual problems, because of our tactics. So if over 3 years, I agree with what Maz says, you want to see an improvement, but not all players are that gifted mentally or physically that they can adapt to a certain style of play. So if we're going to say that we should get rid of him, which I don't think he has been good because he can't adapt to our style of play, then every single player at Spurs should go.
Yeah, but Dan, every single player at Spurs. Hold on. Every single player at Spurs should go, Dan, because they're not good enough for Tottenham Hotspur. Because if they were good enough,
I disagree. So you don't. But
there's nothing we're going to say there's nothing we're going to say that's going to prove otherwise for your point or my point, because we haven't got the manager, right?
Have Fulham got a better squad?
Let me just run with this. I don't want to go into the weeds of this player is good at this player is good at that, because my overarching point is the mentality of the players we buy in, right? A great player will look at what's happening at Spurs and the players that come in and out, right? And say, sorry, I'm a bit better than this, right? And demand more either from the ownership, the board, or whoever, right? And if not, they leave. We don't buy those players that have ambition into that degree. I think we've all seen this now for the last 20-something years, right? The problem was, I think Son never reached the heights that he probably should have reached with a bigger club is because he stayed at Spurs, right? And he shouldn't have stayed at Spurs. The same with Kane, right? The same, right? And the like Basuma, if he's as good as what we all believe he is as an individual, right? If he's played in the right way, then he should be turning around and saying, hold on a minute, you bought me as this type of player and you never fucking play me in the right position. So either sell me, right, or bring in a manager who's going to play me in the goddamn position. Because that's what his agent should be saying.
That's in the back of Basuma's mind.
And with that as well, then if our team isn't really in general good enough, like you just said, like none of them really are, then how can we blame Ange on how we're doing?
Because he's the one. Guys, allow me to answer the question, right? Because Ange has had 400 million to refresh the whole squad, and they're the players that he's chosen.
Yeah, but if this team isn't good enough, is it really his fault that the team isn't good enough
to
play the way he wants?
Yes, because he accepted the players.
Because they're his players.
He accepted the players.
How does he want to play though? Can we stop doing this though? Right?
He should be in.
Hang on, we've got to stop doing this. I've heard this for nearly 2 years now about players that play in Ange's system, and suddenly these players aren't good enough to play in his system. Can we please get to the point where we realise whatever his system isn't good enough?
Work.
Yeah,
and that's kind of.
I won't just say for this club. It's not good enough for the Premier League. No manager will touch him.
Hang on.
Sorry, no club.
My point is this, right? We've talked about Bournemouth being above Spurs and Forest. This Fulham squad, right? This Fulham squad that are bringing on Tom Cairney, who was with them in the Championship, right? This Fulham squad who are playing Willian, who is about 37, is he?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
37 years of age. This Fulham squad that are playing Castagne, who I was told in the summer Spurs shouldn't go and get him, even though I think it was like 5 million on a free transfer. This Fulham squad that have got an Arsenal reject in goal. This Fulham squad that played Pereira and Berger in midfield. This Fulham squad that have got Iwobi on the left wing who couldn't get in at Arsenal and Smith Rowe. This Fulham squad with a Raul Jimenez who is not the same Raul Jimenez of a few years back because of the head injury. Should this Fulham squad be 11 points clear of Tottenham, having lost? And here's the big one, right? Here's the big one, right? This Fulham team have lost 7 games less than us this season. You put Marco Silva in at Spurs, we play like they play today. We have a shape, we have patterns, we have a defensive structure, we use our wingers properly, we have overlapping fullbacks. This nonsense now about Ange and what he needs for his god-awful, atrocious system has to stop. There are good players at Tottenham Hotspur. I will not hear that all of a sudden all our players are shit. No one.
I never said they were all shit, though.
No one has said they're shit. No one has said they're shit.
No, many say they're shit. This is the problem, James.
Well, on here,
many say they're shit.
People that show their face kind of tend to not.
No one would have swapped Fulham squad, Forest squad, Bournemouth squad, Brentford squad, Brighton. No one would have swapped their squads for ours in the summer. This is down to inept management and zero coaching.
Savva, sorry, are you answering Jason's thing? Are you talking about the conversation Dan and I? I'm getting confused as to.
I wasn't. No, this was just on the screen. Sorry, nothing to do with that.
Oh,
nothing to do with that.
So, right. For me, what I was saying earlier,
that's not the point I was making. I was making a higher point that the way that we bring in players and then keep on to them, right? There should, regardless of the problems at Spurs, there should be a policy that if a player doesn't hit the ground running, regardless of the scenario, regardless of the manager, regardless of whatever, that we move them on after a period of time, rather than hold on to them in perpetuity.
I'll go with that.
Right. And then Dan said, right, that by that logic, then all the players should be going because none of them are doing it, right? Which I kind of agree with, because we don't have any policy that deals with long-standing underperforming players, right? So, do I think Adoji can't be good under another manager? Of course not. I think all of the players have potential to be good. I'm not saying any of them are so bad that they can't get us up the table. That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that we always look at individuals and say, like Romero, he's bad, or Pelrez, he's awful, or this and that. After a certain amount of time of us pointing out their failures, we all have to accept that we've held on to them for a little bit too long. We need to do something with them. We can't just constantly wait.
But if you can blatantly say it's the manager that is the problem, as I think what you're trying to say is, if I understand this properly, is players like what's his name, like Lo Celso, like I forgot his name now. It was the French one we got 50 million.
Ndombele.
Yeah,
Ndombele. They should have already been out because you could see no matter what they were not good enough. Yeah. So I'll agree with stuff like that, totally. But in the aspects, when you can look at it, and I think anyone can agree with me, is this team with the right manager being played the right way, just repeating what I always say, with the right tactics to every player, should be a top 6 team. Do we agree on that? Does everyone agree?
There or thereabouts, yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So
yeah,
the fact that we're 15th, 16th shows that maybe the problem isn't the players.
I'm not saying I never said
the
that,
manager
though.
and tactics.
Yeah.
So even if this goes on for 3 years, it's been going on for 2 years mainly with Ange, and if you can blatantly see the problem is because the manager is not playing correctly,
and you can make decisions, Dan, and you can make decisions on certain players to keep them around because of the bad decisions the club made. I agree with you, but Spurs never do that, and we hold on to players for ages and ages and ages. And there's a mentality issue. The good players, like I said with Maddison at the end of the season should be saying, "I've given you 2 years."
I agree.
Right, F off now. I'm much better than what you guys are serving me up. Right, have standards. If Basuma is that if Basuma within himself, forget about what we say, within himself thinks, you know what, I'm much better than this. I am much better than this, and I've been wronged by Tottenham. He should have the balls and say, sorry, guys, you've messed up.
But the way he's played,
but we never
really
have
gonna
those
go for
players.
it.
Sorry, we never have those players, and that's my problem.
And
We
I
don't have
totally
those
will
players.
stick up for you on this on Basuma and other players, mate. I will stick up for you.
Can I add to that as well? I started off by
After
saying
that,
the
I do
first
need to
thing.
wrap up. After that, I need to wrap
Yeah,
up.
yeah, yeah. The first thing, obviously, I started off by saying is it's either all 24-man squad that's wrong or the manager. That is the first thing I said.
It's
So
the
I'm not
manager.
particularly picking on Basuma. I'm not picking on Porro. Even Dominic, if I completely, I'm full in the Maz boat here with what he's saying. Even, you know what I would say? I'd go one further and drop down, and I'd say, if I was Dominic Solanke, I would be saying, hold on a minute. Last year, I got 20 goals in the season from being a fox in a box, and now you're playing me centre midfield. And that's not even one that I would say is the better players, the top football.
the
I would be
manager's
going, hold
gotta
on a
go.
minute. It's
It's the
embarrassing.
manager.
I'm only getting 7 goals this season, and you're playing me in midfield. Like,
Spot on,
you're
James.
affecting my ability, my reputation, me as a player. I need to be
Spot
playing
on.
where I'm good at. That's where I said, and again, not against Basuma. This is where I said right at the beginning, we either need to sack every single player in the squad or get rid of Ange. That's the only two options for me.
I've just had a crystallizing moment here. Like, I'm a massive nerd, and I just had this thought come to my head. Ange's biggest mistake here now is the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one. Ange is now becoming Spock, doing this in the grass, going this to Kirk, I love you, and slipping down slowly. At the end of the day, Ange is the greatest.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Right, I am a huge nerd, but
no idea what you're talking about.
Spock's greatest quote from Star Trek is, "Then the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one," as he's turning off a nuclear reactor, right?
Guys,
Spock is doing this in some glass.
Guys, I want to wrap up. I want to wrap
like
up.
Corey,
I want to wrap
but
up.
not as
I
you
need to get
know
some
it.
super chats out of the way because I want to watch the League Cup final.
Oh my God.
Big up to Christo. He's come back in and said, cats have 9 lives, as they say, but how many has Ange? By the way, yes, it's my real name. Superb name. Mate, I don't know how many more defeats we need to see, but yeah, it's absolutely shocking. Absolutely shocking. Big up, Krista. Really appreciate you. AJ said, guys, 2 of his top coaches were sacked at Hibs. Mate, I've got no words left for Ange for his coaches. It's just dreadful. Terrible, AJ.
You got to ask, like top coaches normally have
No,
Corey.
Stop. Mark Williams has said, sack Ange tonight. He has no tactics or playbook. He can't blame injuries anymore. It's all on him. Mark, absolutely spot on. We were told that the play would get better when the players have come back. It's getting worse. Really appreciate you, Mark. Levi has said they gave us no time or space anywhere on the pitch. They had all the time and space everywhere, especially around our fullback areas. As usual, a joke. That's called being coached. There's a huge difference between a team that's drilled and a team that isn't. Thank you very, very much, Levi. I appreciate that. And then Nigel Sear said, men, just a question for you. Do you think we are playing 4-3-3 with a better squad or 4-2-3-1 with overlapping left back, right back and cut inside? Dude, I think this all depends on...
I don't know anything here on this tactics.
This all depends on what manager we get in, right? If you get Glasner in, for example, we're going wing backs. If you get Iriola in, we're going 4-2-3-1. I think it all depends on who you get in. But all I know is we just need Ange out. But brilliant. Thank you very much, Nigel. Maz, thank you very much. Danny, thank you very much. Corey, James, thanks, guys. I really appreciate you. Guys and girls, negative Savva. Just going to say, I told you so. Take care, everyone. And as always, come on, you Spurs.